Check, 1 1 2.
They need to dig the blues together.
come up in the first game, but the second one he started.
No, give it the right next to you. So you can give it there.
Okay.
Right, and you need to.
Let me handle the coin.
All right, give it the mark.
Hand the coin.
Do testing. Here. Are we ready?
And me ready? It's on.
Take your countdown.
Well, good afternoon, and this is the moment we have all been waiting for. This is the moment that has been in planning for the last 7 months. This Legends World Cup, we are here for the finals, and it's West Indies against India. Every time these two nations meet, there's so much going into it. And today, although they are Legends cricketers, this is an over 50 tournament with two players over 45 being allowed to play. It still has that sort of rivalry, that sort of interest. And today, at the toss, we have moving from the right of me, Ford, who is the manager of the Trinbago Knight Riders. He did play for the United States. Next to him is his captain, Mark Qureshi, the chairman of Cricket Council USA. This guy, I can describe him with so many words. I could also say he was a star this morning, leading Pakistan to, United States to a third place win over Pakistan. So they finished third. He scored 26 not out. I just couldn't out him. So he's there. He's the chairman. Next to him, a young man who has done a wonderful job for this tournament. That's Zishan Qureshi, the tournament director. The first time he has been doing it, he did a wonderful job. And of course, next to him, an official from Samp Army, together with Keita Patel, the captain of the Indian team, and Zamin Amin, the former captain of the United States, of course, the captain of the West Indies, and he tells me that he's enjoying being captain of the West Indies more than what he did with the United States. And of course, Venkat and the boys, they have done a wonderful job. They are here as well. Well, Mark is going to pass the coin along to Amin, and he's going to toss. Well, this is a call for the first time in this tournament. And Keaton has won the toss. Well, Keaton, no one has called tails for this entire tournament. You went brave.
Yeah, I just went with my gut feeling.
And does your gut feeling tell you you will lift the title today?
I hope so. We were very prepared for it from the yesterday's game. So we worked out a little bit what we did yesterday, some mistakes. So hopefully we're going to see how it goes today. But we are very confident of lifting this cup.
We want to wish you all the best in the finals.
And we're going to feel.
Well, so he's going to feel. Zamin is going to join me now. Zamin, you're going to take first strike. And firstly, congratulations. You played unbeaten throughout the league phase. Just one effort again.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's just one effort. Our boys are ready for it. We have been playing good cricket from the beginning of the tournament. And I expect, that to continue in this game as well.
And of course, what sort of celebrations you might have in mind if you win?
No big celebration. It's a bunch of guys who don't celebrate too much of the room, pretty much. I'm sure there'll be a small celebration, nothing spectacular.
And tell me about this tournament. Have you enjoyed being here?
Yes, it's been a very enjoyable 4 days of cricket, with today's game. We have enjoyed it very much. All of the boys are looking forward to today's tournament and to get the most out of it, because they have been enjoying the past 3 days.
Wonderful. We want to wish both teams all the best. The news from down here is that India, they have won the toss. They've decided to bowl first. Z.
They gon' like this, man.
Watch U.S. Open Cricket live from Central Broward Regional Park, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on MAC TV. Let's play cricket.
US, this is US Open Cricket. US, this is US Open Cricket. US, this is US Open Cricket. Ball in the wicket, baby, this is cricket.
USA Cricket Academy. Open 7 days a week. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. No age limit. At Mock Cricket Stadium, Delray Beach, Florida.
If you want, play like a champion. We play cricket. I got my ball, I got my bat, I got my wickets. I got my ball, I got my bat, I got my wickets. We don't stop, we gon' fight till the end. We don't stop, we gon' fight till the end. We don't stop, we gon' fight till the end. When the clock stop, we gon' Kabahina e Corona, Kabahina e Corona, Kabahina e Corona.
100 to Chris Gale. What a man. They come. The winners, West Indies. 6 sixes in all. India, world champion. Shahid Afridi. The victorious Pakistan team.
World Cup Legends Championship 2021, September 27th to 30th, 2021, at Broward County Cricket Stadium. 4 team participating: USA, West Indies, Pakistan, India. All matches live on mocktv.com.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star spangled
delivery is whipped away, angle into the pads of Peter Singh, and pushed away down to deep mid wicket for 1. So we're here at the finals. This is what we've been waiting for. The ground is in immaculate condition. And of course, India winning the toss, deciding to send the West Indies into bat. Now, that's a very intelligent decision. I'll tell you why, Ivor. Or do you want to tell me why?
I'll let you go first. Take the first knock.
Colin Ward will tell you why that has happened. Colin.
I think the weather forecast says that there's a little over 50% chance of rain, and when you have positions like this, you want to be able to see something on the board. Yes, there's a thing called scoreboard pressure, but with the weather circling around, it's always better to have a target that you know you can make adjustments with, and therefore I believe that's the reason why India has chosen to bowl.
Do you understand now, Ivor, why the TKR is the most successful team in the history of the CPL? This delivery is pushed away, over point, and Buffon should go back for 2. I like the look of Buffon. He's a busy body. Wildman is going to come soon as well. So that's the situation. I think that is the reason why they don't want to take the chance. Anytime the weather is hanging around, you don't want to be batting first.
Okay, well, they say 30% chance. I heard Colin says 50. Well, I guess he got the latest update, but I don't think it's going to rain anytime soon.
Well, Colin would know that this is driven straight down the ground, runs here, and he's going to come back. He should go back for 2. Running gingerly back is Peter, but he's there. So it's now 5 without loss. Remember, we are in the first over of the finals. Ivor is sitting next to me, a man from St. Kitts, Nevis. And I was telling him earlier on, Colin Board, that I congratulated him for the Trinidad and Tobago B team winning the CPL.
And I think he's very much out of place. I said it's always going to be the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. It doesn't matter who the individuals are.
Just mention about 7 names.
Talking about neighboring, Buffon is my neighbor, He's
up here?
He is from Montserrat.
Oh, Montserrat.
Yeah, he represented Montserrat. He made his debut in 1977.
Wow.
And against Nevis too.
I was just 4 years old.
Yes. He lives in Jupiter now. Here, he lives here in Jupiter.
This delivery doesn't come up. And that is, today though, the pitch has kept a bit low. Yesterday it was pretty good. It was carrying through. Although not totally carrying through over the last few days. But what I'm seeing there now is that it's keeping a bit low. I saw that this morning.
There's an explanation. There's an explanation for that.
Yeah, Qureshi said this morning he was going to play off the front foot, and that is exactly what he did.
Yeah, well, you see, he was underprepared because yesterday they needed at least 45 minutes of preparation before they put those covers on.
Mm-hmm.
But the crew, the tarpaulin crew, decided that they can't stay and wait that long. So by the time the creator would have just sprinkled it, they just decided, okay, you need the help to get the square covered. Cover it now and then do what you could do in the morning. It doesn't matter. That's the result of that.
So you think it's a lack of preparation?
Yes, it wasn't.
Or is it a lack of?
No, well, they needed the manpower to cover it. And
you know,
Croatian guys said they had to leave. So I was here. I looked at the whole preparation. I said, wait, this wicket
5 years ago, 6 years ago, Colin Board might have been to Sri Lanka with West Indies team. I'm not too sure. When he comes on, we will ask him. But a couple of years ago, I was in Sri Lanka covering a test match at Galle. Galle is where, you remember when the tsunami struck, it mashed up the entire ground. And it was rebuilt. And rain started to fall. And all of a sudden, the entire ground was covered. Not only the pitch, the entire ground. So during the course of that test match, I inquired from the cricket operations manager of Sri Lanka Cricket, the reasoning behind covering the whole ground. He said that they just wanted play to start. You don't want any puddle of water anywhere. Soon as rain is finished, you must start cricket. So then I went further and asked him, about how many people they were employing to do that. And to cover the entire ground, they had 120 people employed for the 5 days, and they were paid a princely sum of $10 for the 5 days, the entire 5 days. That worked out $2 a day, and they were given a T-shirt that they had to wash because they have to come the next morning with it. Also, they were given a meal. So, labor in that part of the world is cheaper, but it just goes to show Sometimes they cover the whole ground.
But they get the work done.
Yeah.
That's the object. Ooh, beautiful.
Singh
stroke.
drives, taking the outer half of the bat, but it was on the ground. He gets one. The point comes in. Sod cleans up and
Yes,
sends
it
it
is.
in. Yep.
And I have an answer for you. Yesterday we were asked about Hutchinson. Yeah, he had moved from New York and he has gone over to Central Florida.
Outside you have some driving over cover runs here, and I think that'll go for 4. So 4 runs. Buffon getting a delivery well pitched up. It was just a matter of clearing the arms through that one, and he got 4 runs. Reminds me so much of a guy called Jeffrey Gillen back in Trinidad and Tobago, who dreamt of playing those sort of shots. I built you up there, Jeffrey, before taking you down. And of course, coming into the commentary team very soon will be Colin Board. Colin did play a great part in this tournament. Injuries would have prevented him on the field of play from doing certain things, but off the field, he has been a champion, making connections, looking to help people across here in America. And we are definitely happy for what Colin has brought to the table. And Colin is now going to join us here. Colin, good afternoon. Congratulations firstly on the United States team finishing 3rd, a team that you played with. And of course, also for the work you have done up here.
Yeah, thank you. We've had a fantastic time here, Benoit. Certainly, a lot of friendships have been made and forged, and a lot of connections. As you know, it's all about cricket here, and the passion that we all have here. Everyone that is participating in this tournament does it really through the sort of passion that one has for the game, and they've come from wide, far and wide, and we all had a great time thus far.
Outside you have some cut away nicely, but there's protection down there. And that's only 1. So at the moment, the score has gone to 17. Peter is there, nothing to sing about just yet. He's on 2. And Joseph Buffon, 13 of 10. What we have seen so far from this West Indies team in all 3 matches, and of course they would have chased in all 3 matches. Colin knows all too well about that first game. I would not remind him. But what we have seen, Colin, in every game they have gotten a solid start.
Yeah, Buffon is a player interested to go after the bowling. Certainly he's very strong on the front foot. You want to play him just by bowling back of a length, just about middle and off. His footwork in that regard, he presses forward once you're about to deliver. So he's really a front foot player, but he's the one interested to go hard at it in the power play. And Peter Singh is the one that's going to bat through the innings and just work the ball around. He's a more of a subtle player, a risky player. But this job for Buffon is to go after the bowling.
Outside the off, he cuts again. Reminds me so much of Stuart Williams. And he gets 1. That's 18 without loss. And let's look at the field. It's a 6-3 field. A short third man. Cover point. Cover. Squarish cover. A man on the long off boundary. And there is one now on the sweeper's position. And as the left-hander comes in, that's just been switched around. So it's a 6-4 field now. As Peter Singh, the left-hander, comes in. Nicely forward. Nice high elbows there, Colin.
Yeah, Peter Singh, as I said earlier, is one that's going to be the more patient of the two. He's going to be rotating strike, giving Buffon the opportunity to go after the bowling. If it's a loose ball, of course, he'll take the opportunity. But certainly what he's going to do is be looking to run as much as he can. Buffon is not as quick as he is. Certainly Buffon is a little bit older than Peter Singh. Peter Singh, a much more nimble and risky player who's going to work that ball and ensure that each ball, they can at least get 1 run off of it. And that's sensible cricket. Let Buffon go. He's 14 from 11. Peter Singh is 3 from 4. And 2.3 overs gone. 19 without loss. West Indies star in the final. Beautiful bowling from Ketan Patel. Ketan Patel will want to bowl just about the middle and off, left arm orthodox, just back of a length. He has a packed offside field, what we would consider a fly slip, a cover point, sweep on the boundary, cover, extra cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, and a forward square. And it's short, and he swings at it and gets it inside there, gets behind the umpire, behind the 45, and they come through for 1. Kitan Patel has had a good tournament thus far, both with bat and ball, and of course he's played one of those anchor roles for India when he is batting, and he's been able to put on several partnerships which has gotten India large totals and bring some steadiness to the team. Pitched up on driven all the way down to long on for one, and they're going to turn and come back for a second as West Indies Stars go on 20 without loss. At the end of the over, 3 overs gone, 20 without loss. Peter Singh 3 off 4 balls, Joseph Buffon 15 off 13, Kitan Patel after 2 overs, none for 10. A partnership of 22 without loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, so it's 22 without loss after 3. And Peter Singh is there with Buffon. Kitan Patel, 2 overs, none for 10. And Patel didn't do much bowling when he was not captain.
Nobody.
Ritesh goes. Ritesh
Quite
Patel
a good bowler
left.
from orthodoxy. He's paying the ball into the batsman. He's bowling well and containing.
Well, Ritesh has left a hole in the team. Unfortunately, he could not be here. Lovely shot through the onside for 4. It's shots like that, Colin Board. I normally leave the venue, pay again, and come back in.
He really played well. Good balance from Joseph Buffon. Certainly, he's very still at the crease. He's more of a front foot player, and that's a beautiful on drive between mid wicket and mid on. Beautiful shot for 4.
Well,
he moves on to 19.
I don't know if you're a cricket coach, but you were quite right. The success of that shot depended on him staying still, keeping his head still, and he kept his shape. Was able to whip it away through the onside. Former Montserrat player. He's on 19. Plays for the Leeward Islands up here. And yeah, he is waiting again outside. He off some beaten. Good delivery. Touching down and moving away. And Faisal was able to beat the outside edge.
Yeah, beautiful bowling. Certainly, Alam has bowled well. Alam has also had a wonderful run with the bat. So both Patel and Alam are the 2 star batsmen for India. And now they've chosen to open bowling in the power play under pressure situations. With 3.2 overs gone, 26 without loss.
Good observation. The 2 star batsmen opening the bowling. And this is clubbered down the ground for 4. Buffon is showing Faisal that he is a better batsman than a bowler.
Yeah, and Buffon, as I said, his role really is to go after the bowling. He's 19 from 15. He's been entrusted with that role of taking the attack to the bowlers in the power play. He's very much a front foot player. You would have seen the ball before. It's just back of a length. Because he stays still and he stays on his front foot, you want to just pull that ball back just a tad. And once it comes up in his arc, he will go. And importantly, he plays very straight. So he's now moved on to 23 of 16, 30 without loss, 3.3 overs in power play. Partnership of 30. Faisal Alam is now bowled none for 18 of 1.3, and he's under the pump.
Yeah, as outside the off some slashed away. Oh, what a shot! If the on drive was a beautiful shot, that was even better through the offside. And Joseph Buffon is giving us a batting exhibition here at the moment.
Yeah, I think it will do Faisal Alam very well to not just continue to pack the offside, but to pull the length back. I think he's packing a field for a delivery that's just pitched up on the wicket. The ball is sliding on beautifully, so you can play through the line once you're on your front foot. What you want to do with this batsman is make him make adjustments by pulling the length back just a bit, so he's either half cocked or has to go all the way back. And I think that's not what he's doing. He's bowling right up in the air.
Outside the offside, he cuts away again. And this time he can't pace the field. It's a 7-2 field. So you have 7 fielders on the offside. And there's also the doubles man and the snow cone man as well as the ice cream man. All on the offside. And 2 players alone on the onside. They're keeping the umpire company. One of them, Sod, is at mid-wicket. And he has to stay outside the off stump. Now, it could lead to the dismissal of batsmen who are looking to push it. Oh, what a shot.
Still get into it.
This guy can find a needle in a haystack.
It's a beautiful stroke.
Outside the off stump, he laid back. He delayed the shot a bit so he could have gotten it to the left of the backward point. And it's a matter of just bringing that ball back. And Colin Board is not bowling. 4 fours struck in that over. At the end of 4 is 38 without loss.
Yeah, I would have pulled my ball back just a bit. It didn't happen in the 19th over some games ago, but it's coming up way either too close to him or outside of somebody. But you have to give the batsman credit. Every shot was clean as a whistle, and importantly, found the gaps.
I'll tell you something. One guy who said in his playing day, once you pack the offside field and you play and you bowl on the offside, he's going to go through the offside, and that is the man called Ivor, the great Henry. Let's hear what he has to
And you're
say.
quite correct with that. You see, although it's a 7-2 field, the ball is out there. A non-established batsman would have been looking to pull that to the onside and get nothing for it. You must tread the field. He did the right thing. That is exactly what I would have done.
Yeah, he's batting beautifully. He's playing the shots that are required. So even if it's a packed offside field or packed, or it doesn't matter. You have to play the required shot for the required ball, and he's continued to play. That means he's focused. He's been very still. All of his shots, if you looked at him, he's very balanced. He's watched the ball onto the bat, and he's played. Every shot has been a classic shot thus far.
Classic class.
I think the only other innings that could probably mirror this was Dr. Hamad Malik. That very classy innings that he played the other morning. Proper cricket shots in a T20 match. Peter Singh is now playing, and he plays this one down to long on. All Peter has to do, and he has done the right thing. Buffon is on the go. Colin, give him strike.
Yeah, he has only sucked up 6 deliveries, as a matter of fact. Buffon is the one who would have got most of the strike, 19 of those deliveries. So he got 3 overs and a ball for himself and made good use of them too.
Yeah, I think now the challenge here is going to be with the slower bowling, if they're going to slow the pace down and let's see, make him play, make him use his footwork as opposed to the ball coming on to the bat. So with the slower bowler coming on, Lalta Prasad, let's see how Buffon manages as they slow the game up just that little bit to change the momentum. And it's important when there's a player on the go to make subtle changes as he's doing now, make some adjustments in the field, just generally slow the game down.
Prasad. And Buffon goes airborne.
There's a man down there.
There's a fielder coming in. He'll do well to catch that. And he goes back for 2. You know, looking at the general outfielding in this tournament so far, one of the safest places to hit this ball is in the air.
Well,
you would have said it.
It's easy to say when you sit up here, but when you're over the age of 50 and there's a white ball with that background blue, it's difficult to pick it up, particularly when the body's not moving as the mind is.
Mayor Stolman explained something to me when yesterday, I think he was posted down at the sweeper's position on the cover boundary, and he started to back out and go backwards whilst the ball was just in the 30-yard circle. And he told me that all of a sudden, although the sighting was good out there, you just couldn't see the ball. So I understand that. But then there was a youngster who went flying horizontally to the ground in a couple of games ago, looking to take what would have been the catch of the tournament by a yard.
And he's going to be run out.
Has run him out, and
it's very unfortunate run out. Miscommunication between Peter Singh and Joseph Buffon. Buffon going so well. It was a call that Peter Singh, working that ball, looked back to see where he played it and then judged the call from Buffon, who's coming what he would have considered the danger. And it was just some mix-up.
Buffon's call, Colin.
Yeah.
Because once Singh played the ball behind him, it was Buffon's call.
But Peter Singh found himself looking at the ball and watching what was happening behind, and I think
ball watching.
Yeah, he was ball watching a little bit. Buffon did the right thing and came to what would have been considered the danger end. But because Peter Singh was asleep, he had to go, and that was a good partnership. As much as he only made 6 from 6 runs, it was a 42-run partnership in only 4.3 overs.
Well, looking just in front of the side screen, you can see the India coach, and he's a favorite of Ivor. That's Pradeep Vishnu from Trinidad and Tobago, and he is the coach of the India team. He's out there already, Ivor.
Well, you just said it. The ground feeling has been generally good. It's the ones that goes up in the air that is cause for concern. So they should be mindful of that. But let's get back to this catch. You're talking about Tazmal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the catch of the thing. The energetic Tazmal.
Yeah, he's 60-odd, and yesterday he took a blinder.
Yes, he dove in. I guess he thought he would have never got there, but you just have to make that effort.
Yeah, well, I think these guys, some of them, it could be inexperience as well. And I say inexperience guardedly. Inexperience because of the fact that some of these guys, I don't know how much cricket they would have played with a white ball. They would have played cricket back in the day. I know at that age, anything that goes up gets these guys excited. and probably a bit too excited to take the catch, Colin.
Yeah, I think the white ball cricket is a little different in terms of when you play during the course of the day and the ball is up in the air. There's not much backdrop. If there's any cloud cover, the ball gets lost in that cloud with a white ball. So the key to that cricket is to actually stand still and watch, wait. It's high, and this is one we're going to talk about. If someone is going to get under it, he's right under it, and he puts it down.
They're too high. We call those too high.
I said it before, gentlemen. The safest place to hit the ball is in the air.
Well, certainly Joseph Buffon will continue, particularly against his spinners. Once that ball goes above his eyes, he's going to go. He's not there to waste any ball. His role obviously has been to go and take the attack to the Indian bowlers.
As a matter of fact, he'd been promoted because of the slow going in the first game. They did get to 50, but I went into the camp, and that was the reason they promoted him yesterday.
Oh, what a beautiful
catch.
Lalta Prasad, we were just speaking about catches. He pulls one out. It's a special catch, and that could make a difference here. When a team is on the go and going at a terrific run rate, you need to take wickets to peg them back. And at the moment, that is what he has done. Buffon has played a beauty of a knock of 36, your favorite number, Ivor.
Yes.
23 deliveries, 44 for 2. Gentlemen.
Excellent return catch by Prasad. It was right. It didn't come quickly, but it was dropping all the time. And at least he had the presence of mind to turn, move, keep his eye on the ball, and took a beautiful right-handed, one-handed catch. And that's excellent stuff by Lalta Prasad. That then obviously works in India Stars' favor, because Joseph Buffon was on the go, 36 from 23. He was certainly taking the attack, and having lost both openers, I think the Stars will be very happy to have now 2 new batsmen in the wicket just towards the end of the power play, so that they can then slow and stem the tide of runs that were coming fast and furious.
Certainly. And it was a good catch. I'm telling you, I think it's stuck, but you have got to make the effort. It just stuck in there, and he held on, and the Indians were delighted to see the back of Buffon. He was on the go, he was on the charge, spin or pace, but he played some beautiful shots while he was at the wicket.
Well, yeah, lovely innings, particularly in the final. It's really fantastic to see. He played on both sides of the wicket, beautiful on drive, straight hitting, and some fantastic cover drives, some cuts as well. So he was in really good nick, He's got behind the ball, played the ball as straight as possible. Even in the ones that were hit in the air, they were either too long, or he was not slog sweeping, he was playing straight, and that's the important part of his innings. Everything was not about power but about timing, and he certainly looked really, really good this afternoon.
Yes, well, we're going to have a bowling change. Pandya, he's going to be taking up the attack.
Pandya is a tall left-arm orthodox spinner outside the off stump, and this is played away nicely. Garfield Wildman really looked good yesterday. So 2 new batsmen out there now. And, the West Indies really got off the flyer. And I was thinking that the Indians would have probably been missing Ritesh Patel, who normally opens the bowling back of the arm, and had a wonderful tournament before. Unfortunately, he had to attend to some other business this morning, and he left the hotel, checked out this morning. But really, really wonderful tournament he had. And I think even yesterday, Colin, when they found themselves under pressure, he came on and bowled mid-innings, and again returned good figures. It was really, really good. Here is Pandya.
Beautifully stroked down the ground just for 1. And it's going to be important for the next 2 or 3 overs that the Stars pull it back. You don't want to get too far ahead. If they can get them for 50 for 2 inside the power play, then India Stars will feel a little comfortable at 50 for 2.
Cut away by Stephen Ryan. Can't pass the offside field. There's a ring of fielders out there. Short good man, backward point. Squarish cover. And of course the regulation cover. There's a long off on the boundary. A man sweeping in the form of Fazal. And on the onside, you just have the 3 fielders. Pushed away nicely. This is intelligent batting. You can't look to take unnecessary risk with 2 wickets just falling.
Yeah, what I would do if I were Pandya, given the fact that you have a packed offside field, I would not have 4 guys on the ring. I'd have just 1 guy who's now coming in short extra cover. So the cut off that single inside, just on the other two guys hanging back just on the edge of the cover and cover point, and the extra cover close in to cut that first single off.
So this is good. This is the last of the power play, and he's holding his own here, Pandya.
Yeah, it's important, as I said, with 2 wickets falling, both guys running a lovely partnership, that you try to stem the tide now and slow it down as you get out of the power play. If you stay within 50 runs and 2 wickets, okay, that's reasonable.
Well, the West Indies Stars has gone without losing a match in this tournament, and now they're going to try to keep their winning streak going. But India now, they have other ideas. They want to seek some revenge, having lost to them yesterday.
Yeah, and they obviously would have gone back to the hotel, done some homework, looked at the areas that they could have improved, had a better feel for the players as well. When you play the team early, you have a second bite of the cherry that you can look at the type of player that you're gonna and who is gonna bowl where the matchups are. And I'm pretty sure, based on the conversations that us today, that Patel was saying that they had those conversations prior to this game, so they would have had a better plan of how they would have wanted to approach West Indies. So it should be a keen contest.
Well, one thing you can't blame the Indians for is their planning. These guys have taken this series very, very serious indeed. They're at the Embassy Suites Hotel, the official hotel of the induction ceremony on the weekend, and they have been meeting regularly. This morning I was there, I saw them at breakfast. They were having a breakfast meeting. So they're serious guys. Here's Lalta Prasad. Still goes for 4. Rocky Singh couldn't stop that.
Oh, lovely. Beautifully straight, and of course between long off and long on. And once you hit straight on grounds of this nature, it's pretty difficult for his man to get around and pick it up. The long off is just getting a little straighter, and the long on is also now becoming very, very straight. But that's the way you want to do it. Play straight and hit straight down the ground is the shortest part of the boundaries, and it's a safer way to play.
Wildman looking to whip this behind square. That's vacant. Had he gotten anything onto that there, Ivor, that would have gone for 4.
Yes, indeed, because there's no one down at the deep fine leg boundary, but he's going to be moving there now. He was at the square position. A lot of times after the house has bolted, they try to make the adjustment. He's going high, but he's not have the distance. He's going to be safe.
Again, hitting the ball in the air, not really getting hold of it. Got underneath that one, raised his head very early. Went there born. He could have brought down a plane, but not a boundary. And speaking about plane, the gentleman next to you is a pilot, so he gets very excited when I speak about planes.
I'm always excited when I come to Florida, because in Florida this is exactly where I learned to fly, out of Florida Executive Airport. So whenever I'm here, I find myself always looking up.
Yep. I thought you were looking up to pray. This is down to the sweeper's position, and that's 1. Wildman wants another 1. So
I think I may add something with Prasad bowling. A lot of those are really above the eyes, and it looks like Wildman will go. The deep mid wicket is fairly right out onto the boundary, and more often enough there's a heavy breeze coming east to west. I would ask that he would come in maybe about 10 yards or so, because what's going to happen, what has happened in the past, is that it's always falling just short.
Intelligent batting. Now they could milk 2 if they want, but they're going to settle for 1. So what I've noticed is that the players have gotten smoother, if I may use that word, as the tournament has progressed.
Yes, indeed, and I don't know if they're aware we're tired, because we've been here from Monday, and we had some real Florida heat out there, I can tell you that. But playing with soft hands, that's one of the forte of these 2 teams, their experience, and like you would have said, the time when you go hard, the time when you just use soft hands to get those singles and judge the 2s.
I think when you judge, you look at the teams in the final, they both deserve to be in the final. They played the smarter and more intelligent cricket. I think that the other 2 teams, ourselves, USA and Pakistan, whilst there was talent in the team, we didn't manage certain situations as well as these did. When you have to play the cricket a little smart and you use each ball as a moment. You have to learn to assess and adjust. And I don't think we adjusted as quickly. As the tournament went on, just to touch on Benoit's point, all teams played better. All the players batted better. They started understanding the wicket better and just generally getting the roles and responsibilities better. But these two teams did it earlier. They did quicker. And they really do deserve to be in the final, and they're actually playing the cricket well. Some guys know their ages. Some know that they can't run twos or turn twos into threes. And some guys are smart. Rotate strike. Rotate strike, get up to the other end, get a breather. And if there's a guy to go, you give the guy to go the opportunity to go. I think it's intelligent cricket being played here.
And some guys also forget their age and they try to fly, land awkwardly.
Yes.
Colin, your friend who was looking skywards, because he learned to fly here, qualified as a pilot here. Colin, did that bring back memory?
Yes, it did.
Were you trying to recertify your qualifications in that game?
All I remember you
balls. Just forgot the plane.
I just remember 2 balls before, telling the guard cover, he's going to come. And I knew that he's probably going to come with a catch. I knew 2 balls prior to that, I said, because he was batting with an open face and he kept looking to the offside. He did it again today. And I was telling him, Rizwan, he's going to come and he's going to come here to my left. I was thinking of it. And as soon as he set up to play, I swear, I just knew it was going to come. But what happened, it spun off the bat and kept dipping, going to my left. And once I decided to go, it happens in a split second. You just go. And that was the end of my tournament.
No, but according to Qureshi, and Qureshi was right when he said this morning that it took a lot of courage for you to come back out this morning and still feel.
Yeah, I was in severe pain yesterday. I took some painkillers and again last night and slept on my back. And this morning it felt a little better. And then I said to myself, well, I'll just get to the ground and, be there with the team and so on and see how I could help out and so on. And then I took some painkillers after breakfast. Got here, felt a little better. And then as I got here and saw the ground, it happened again, and it always happens to me. I just had to play.
Yeah.
It's just how it is with me. I'll feel it much later. I'm on painkillers now, but I'm pretty sure tonight is going to be worse, but it was worth every minute of it.
Yeah.
It's why we play. We come here and we play because we do love the game. It's a great passion, and you must follow your passions,
That's good advice. I has followed his singing, but it didn't last. Pushed away on the offside. There's one more. So, Wildman, did he pull up there? Seemed to be favoring that right foot.
Yeah.
So it's 60 for 2. This is over 61 for 2.
Yeah, nice little partnership. Wildman is on 12 from 11. Nothing too drastic happening. BJC and Orion 5 from 6. They're just ensuring that the rotating of the strike is happening and that they're making sure that each ball they can get a run from it. And that's important. We enter what would be considered the middle overs, generally between the 7th to about the 14th over. T20 cricket, people don't think that there is in fact a middle over. There are middle overs, and those middle overs are the crucial areas. You want to be able to get 6, 7 and over. If you do get the boundary, yeah. But as you would know, gentlemen, there's always gaps in the field. There's always spaces for runs to be gotten. It's not just about going hard. You want to go hard at the top and you want to go hard probably at the back end if you have wickets. But to have wickets, you have to retain your wickets and rotate the strike so that when you get to the last 4 or 5 overs and you have the opportunity, you send one guy to go. It's not about 2 guys going, because you want someone to bat through that innings to be able to manage the balls, how many balls are left, and be able to manage that batting experience as opposed to everybody just going gung-ho. Because you can move from 61 for 2 to 75 for 6 in record time.
Yes, indeed. 61 for 2. Like we said, one of these teams is going to be lifting the big trophy, and there's a smaller one to be taken away. But then have this big, gigantic one, which would be labeled, it's going to be historic. It's going to be the first. It's the USA World Cup Cricket Champions, the Legends Championship competition. But I have a thought, I think in the playing conditions next year, if they're going to have 4 teams, if it played out the same way it played out, they should have the finals on that 3rd day, and then you pick 2 all-star teams.
Well, that was the thinking yesterday, but some of the teams wanted to give tryouts to some of the players who didn't get in.
No, but if it's in the playing condition up front.
Well, next year actually we're looking to go to 6 teams, so we see how that plays.
Big swing at that one outside the off stump. That ball never really got there. It died. It was a much slower ball, and it just not only turned away, it just died on him. And he took his eye off the ball as an almighty heave outside off stump. But now they moved nearly long off to a wideish long off.
Oh, he edged in and out there. And Jasani is not a happy man. Jasani was telling me this morning that he hopes that they can win quickly because he has a flight to catch.
But that's not good batting. You see, the same thing we were saying. The balls are outside the off stump. Get it past the backward point, short third man, and you're in the money for 4. He's going from outside off, trying to go down leg. Now there's one in the leg, and he just played it gingerly.
Yeah. So even the 2 balls before, he could have even punched. He could have got on outside off someone, punch it down to long off, or even to the sweeper position for a simple one. Get off strike, rotate the strike. And I think the one for Wildman, once that ball goes up above the eyes, you can see him setting up the heave. And I think it's important for him to keep his composure and just look for the ones. These are the crucial overs here, 7 to 14, where you can accumulate. It's an accumulating period, and you will get a bad ball. At this level of cricket, you're going to get the odd one that's going to be bad, and you put the bowlers under pressure. And then again, you see they're looking to cut as opposed to punch.
Yep. Too close to cut there.
But that's good bowling by Jasani. Jasani just putting it same place, just back of a length, about the off stump, not enough room to cut, and just making you want to play and move away. He's bowling really well, nice and tight, and he's varying his pace.
Yep. Delivery. Again, look at the spit into the pads of Wildman. Wildman chipping. Colin has been calling for, punching it down the ground. Stephen Ryan comes back in now. Again, let's take in the pace off it. Bowling very slowly indeed. So you don't have pace to work with. And the Indians will be looking here to keep taking wickets. They're missing their captain, Ritesh Patel, who is a good leader. We saw his leadership qualities more than his bowling. I mean, he really bowled well. So that's a big hole. Colin, to get up in the morning in the hotel and realize that your captain can't represent you in the final can't be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate because India's played some lovely cricket throughout. And but they're doing well. This Raju Jasani is bowling smart. He's a smart cricketer. He's nice and tight. He's right on that off stump, but importantly, he's varying his pace. And therefore, the last 2 balls were very slow, but they were pitching on just about middle and off, just about off stump, and playing. None of them have been able to come forward yet in that over. All of them were coming just off the back foot and making it tight, making it difficult for them. And I think he's bowling really, really well. So it's important when your captain is not here that someone else picks up the charge. I think Patel has shown throughout the tournament that he's a level-headed cricketer, and the way he's approached his batting and so on throughout the tournament, when we want to hope that will carry through in terms of the way he'll marshal his troops, that they, even under pressure, that he will remain calm and think through the difficult moments.
So Wildman has a big role here to play. Sinu Ryan has been good in this tournament. It's been a good tournament, I must say. And I'm surprised that we haven't had too many injuries. Too many hamstring injuries, calf injuries.
It's been remarkable, actually. Yeah. I mean, it's been 4 days of cricket and for an over 50 tournament. And a lot of guys here in the 60s as well. And to play every day, back to back, it's been remarkable that it has been run smoothly, and the guys were up for it. Everybody was up for this tournament. We haven't had those sorts of injuries in terms of hamstrings and muscular injuries at all.
This time he's indicating that he did get a touch onto that, playing around that one. There's an inside edge. It goes across on the offside.
The West Indies showed, I certainly can attest to when we played them, that in the middle overs they struggled quite a bit against the spin bowling, with Rizwan at the top and Doc Hamad at the other end. And I think they struggle with the ball that's getting just above the eyes. And these are crucial overs here for India, who can, if they can stem the tide for the next 2 to 3 overs, then what happens to players? Players begin to panic just that little bit and start taking chances that are really unnecessary. And I think the pressure, although it's a lovely partnership, maybe just 20-20 odd, we'll have a look from the stats soon, but they're putting him under wonderful pressure with both left arm orthodox, and he's going to be out. He's playing across the line, and that's what pressure builds.
Yep. Looking to get off strike, and he plays across the line. The umpire finger goes up, and that is umpire Sandeep Gunatilika.
And that's good pressure from Pandya. He's been both Pandya and Prasad, left arm orthodox, have been bowling very tight in the last couple of overs. And it's important for West Indies to understand that these are the overs that you have to be more patient with. A couple of balls, dot balls, is not going to change the passage of time, because you're going to get that odd bad ball that you can make up. So you've got to be able to look at your current run rate. It's 9 overs gone, 64 for 3, still a nice steady start. What you've got to be just consistent. As I said earlier, the West Indies have struggled just that little bit in the middle overs once the spinners come on, and that's where they've been losing wickets in clusters, and they've just got to be a little smart in how they're going to approach the cricket. India has applied the pressure well after being under the pump from Buffon really early, and kudos to them.
$64 for 3. Yes, we're into over number 10, and we're not going to be having a strategic timeout at this time. So the incoming batsman is going to be Bin George, but don't forget we still have the finisher, Nagamutu. West Indies Stars, they've gone without losing a match in this encounter. West Indies, they said they came here to play on Thursday. That they can tick that box. They're here playing on Thursday. Now, to win it all, they've got to win all of their matches. India is seeking revenge. They would have gone down yesterday in the dress rehearsal. Now they're in with a chance. At 64 for 3, they're going to try to keep them under 150. Batsman coming forward, and they're off for a single. They're all going to be overthrows. Yeah, the keeper could have done more with that. They could have done better. So we can see one Vinod Manchad here been featured. So the sun is coming down in all this glory, 30% chance of rain, but I don't think we're going to have any rain, any interference in this game, not even into the presentation. So, folks, the viewers, stick and stay, because we're going to have a presentation shortly after the conclusion of this match. And like Colin was saying, it's a wonderful tournament. It's the first of its kind.
It's certainly something to behold and to be part of this beautiful and inaugural tournament, I can guarantee you.
Yes, we've heard of Masters tournament all over the world, but this one has been dubbed the Legends tournament. And it's for the first time I can tell I've seen all teams with the same last name. West Indies Stars, India Stars, USA Stars, and Pakistani Stars.
Yeah, it's been great fun. Nice running between the wickets, good call. Pandya has been bowling really tight for his 2.3 overs, 1 for 11, 5 runs off this over. Bim George on 3 off 1 ball, and Garfield Wildman still at 14 off 16, 68 for 3 after the first 10 overs.
Yes, indeed, that's good, excellent running. Although the fielder in the extra cover was close in, they didn't even have to call. It was good communication between the two batters. They looked up and they were off, and that's what you need. Sometimes you don't have to call to alert the fielders. You just looked and know that we have that good connection, that good communication. You're off and running. Put pressure on the fielders.
Yeah, I think it's important because India has bowled well in the last 3 overs. They've been very, very tight. They've been both left arm. Pandya and Prasad have been righted on or about off stump, making batsmen play, making batsmen work hard for the singles. There aren't any boundaries coming, and of course, when you put batsmen under pressure, they make silly mistakes. But when a new batsman coming in, and the important part is that that's a new batsman. He's just walked to the crease, and importantly, the synchronicity and the understanding between the two of them doing the running happen really quickly, and that's important. That he understood. Obviously, he's looking at the game and assessing it and understanding that every run they've got to be able to get those singles in, and that's important for them to see. There's a little change in. There's a request from with the water break after
a little
10 overs.
strategic timeout.
A little timeout here for the batsman to get some water. I'm seeing Garfield Wildman calling frantically for some water.
Yes, well, the fielders are getting themselves refreshed, and the umpires are waiting until that portion is over. So at the end of 10, the latest score here is 68 for 8. So that, are you going to give me an interview later, right? Make sure. Yeah. Well, Raju, he's going to be taking up the attack, and he's bowling one outside the off stump, swing and a miss. Wicketkeeper whipping the bails off in a flash, asking questions to the square leg umpire, but he says not out. 68 for 3. India Stars winning the toss, inserting West Indies Stars into bat. West Indies Stars are trying to set a target. Well, they're actually setting a target, they're not trying. Again, outside the off stump, good bowling here, well flighted. Batsman trying to go for all glory, but not hitting anything. We have the boundary riders, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, and deep extra cover. Outside the off stump, bang! And this time he didn't do some footwork down here, and he beats him, beat feet, and goes into the boundary for 4. That was a good looking shot, and that's what you do. If the ball is outside the off stump, you try to bang it in the offside and make the fielders make the mistake. Trying to tuck balls from outside off into the onside. That's a no-no. You're going course battered. So the first scoring shot after the break goes to Garfield Wildman. He goes on to 18 from 19. Bing George is there keeping company. He is on 3 from the single delivery which he would have received. So we're halfway through over number 11. Left arm through and round. Flights this one up again. He's trying to dab it down. It's a nothing shot really. He wouldn't be getting much for that or anything at all, because there's a man in the 45. There's a backward point. There's a cover point. There's an extra cover on the 30. One man closing in now. This time he's going high. He's going hard. He's in the air. He doesn't have the distance. There's a man settling on it, and he takes the catch. A juggling catch, albeit, but he takes it nonetheless. I think that's our local boy, Tiki. So wicket number 4 goes down in the bank. So Wildman goes for 18 from 21 or 18 from 22, I would think. So Nagamutu is the new batter. He joins George, who is on 3. Last ball coming up at 72 for 4. Plays quietly on the onside. Dot. End of over number 11. Remember, it's a 20 over encounter. West Indies Stars inserted into bat with India winning the toss. In yesterday's encounter, the West Indies Stars came up prime, but today they're playing for all of the marbles. This one was right up in the block hole, and batsman plays it out to the long off position for a single. So Nagamutu gets off the mark with that single. Another single into the scorebook. West Indies Stars going slowly, but still with some wickets in hand, 74 for 4. So they're trying to build a partnership here. They're not taking any chances. They're going about it gingerly. Three balls up, 3 singles. No risk involved whatsoever. Outside the off stump, going further away. It was borderline. Umpire thought about calling wide, and in the end, he just allowed it to go through. I think it was a correct call. And again, outside the off stump. Misses. Batsman is driving, but just for a single. Good, nice, tight stuff here from the bowler. Just couple of singles in that over. Score is on to 76 for 4 at the end of 12. Folks, we've been here since Monday. So we're into day number 4. So some of the legs are weary. All of the teams would have played every day. West Indies Stars, India Stars, they're on display at this time. But the other two participating teams are Pakistan Stars and the USA Stars. USA Stars taking the 3rd spot. They would have beaten Pakistan. They came up against them twice and they would have beaten them twice. Now the West Indies Stars are looking to come up against the India Stars and looking to beat them twice. Now, if the India Stars were to beat, they will be even Steven. But guess what? This would be the bigger win because this time it would be for the grand trophy. So someone is going to hoist this trophy a little bit. Let me welcome Anthony Sadio into the come box here a little and have a little chit chat with him along the way. Outside the off stump, the batsman getting some will on it, but it's not piercing the offside field and played it a little bit too harshly. He should have at least played with soft hands. But it's a quiet period here. It's the rebuilding stage. It's just 5 partnerships so far. This time he's coming forward and they're going to take single, which was there to be taken. And this time he played with soft hands. He looked a bit ungainly playing that stroke, but nonetheless, he got a single. 77 for 4. We're into over number 13. So I want to say good afternoon to Anthony Shadio.
Good afternoon, Ivor. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Couple of days here. 4. You've been here all of the 4 days as well.
And you've been doing an awesome job, Ivor.
Oh, well, I take a bow. Thank you. Coming from you. You know, I know you're a hard marker, but I'll take it. And
looking at this game here today, Ivor, what do you think of the situation right now with 4 wickets, losing those 3 quick wickets to West Indies? What do you think?
That's a good shot. It goes out to cover sweeper, but he's just going to get 1 for his effort. And to answer the question, there's a quiet period here now. I don't think the party would have started yet. They're going to take it up. If these two can bat up until over number 16 or thereabout, I think we'll see about 150 on the card. Nagamoto been the man to take the West Indies Stars over the line on 3 occasions, as a matter of fact. And now he's summoned again here to bat through the inning or very close to the end of the inning. And once he's there, I think they'll get a decent total. He has not played an attacking shot as yet, so he's getting feel, he's getting his legs moving. And I believe at some stage, maybe around the 15th, 16th over, they may want to launch if they only have the 4 wickets down. This time he's sweeping, but that one is clearly going down the leg side. The appeal was in more hope than in reality. So that's my take on this match as it stands right now.
Yeah, once George and Naga stays in the wicket there, I am looking at least 165 runs for these guys here today. Anything after that will be like bonus.
Okay, well, you're going to take some doing, though, to get to the 165, having lost 4 wickets. But a lot going to be depending on Nagas, like you were saying. He's been the go-to man, both bowling and batting, but more so in the batting. They've asked to bat first here now, so they're setting a target as opposed to overhauling targets. So the mindset could be a little different. But let's give it to the Indians because we would have seen that Boland caught catch.
That was a superb catch.
Superb. So tell me about your stay in South Florida. I know, and let the folks know you're coming in from.
Coming in from Virginia Beach in Virginia, and being out here, it's so beautiful. The facilities is awesome. The outfield is luscious green. It's beautiful. You hit a shot out here, it just runs out to the boundary.
Well, I can tell you, you've played in an international arena because this is an ICC-approved venue.
Yes, most definitely. I played here a few times before in the past.
Oh,
a few years ago.
Yes. 81 for 4, it is. So You came on leaps and bounds. Yeah, I was saying your first match, you maybe a little wing was, having played a few matches coming into this tournament. One catch in particular that I thought you should have taken. I would excuse you for two, but
Yeah,
one.
That was a very straightforward, easy catch, and it was not sure how it popped out the gloves. That day was a very bad day for me behind the stump.
Yes, indeed. But you've recovered, and what we would have seen after day 2, 3, and 4, you would have got back to your old days. As a matter of fact, you looked very good in front of the sticks as well.
Yeah, thank you.
I thought you were denied an opportunity. They're going to take 2 here. They're going to take on the arm of the fielder. Good wicket keeping there, because that ball was not thrown anywhere near the sticks. And he was about middle pitch, and he got his glove on it. I thought about it beautifully yesterday, and with just 3 overs to go, you were asked to leave the arena at 3 overs. I don't think that was a wise decision. I mean, I know it's a team sport, but I thought you were undone. And this one is in the air. It's going towards the long off position. 2 bounces. Was not in danger of getting out or anything, but signs of aggression there from Nagas. He's 6 from 6, 85 for 4.
I think that was actually, was it Nagas or was that Bim?
Oh, George. Yes, that was George. So they're going to be taking a relaxing 2 here. Direct hit, but he got in safely. They're appealing for all it's worth, but he got in. He got in standing. Even his feet were in. But most cricketers believe that all direct hits
are out. Yes. Yeah, but George was way past the popping crease.
He was in with his feet. Bad feet, everybody. He was in. So another 2 to the total. It's 88 for 4 at the end of over number 14. So continuing the conversation, I actually thought that they should have afforded you an opportunity to get the highest individual score.
Well, it's a team sport, and I'm a team player, and I was asked to come out. So, because as I was batting from the beginning to the end, I always look at the scoreboard, maintaining 8-9 runs and over. I had a strike rate of over 150. I was looking at 100, 3 overs to go, 36 runs. I was looking at scoring 100 and at least about 200 for the team.
Yeah, because there was an opportunity for you to get to 100.
Yes,
if you stayed
most
there.
definitely.
It was there with 18 legal deliveries, and the way you were batting, it could have been done. But nonetheless, that's done and dusted. You're going to be holding your head high, coming in 3rd place. But you did very well. At least 2 matches, I thought that you guys could have pulled it home. The very first one.
The first game.
As a matter of fact, against India and
the West Indies.
And the West Indies. You had a chance.
Yes, most definitely. And again, catches win matches, and we had a couple easy catches went down. One of Nagamutu on the 17th over against the West Indies, and then the guy from the India team who scored like 75, Fazal, great batsman.
Mm-hmm.
He would drop probably around 11 runs. So.
And those were easy catches.
Yes, they were.
Yes, we're into the 90s now. It's 91 for 4. So they've scored off every delivery in this over so far. Gone for 1, 4, 2. And they're doing it without taking any risk. And that could be the platform that they're looking for to launch with at least 6 wickets.
With 6 wickets in hands and 5 overs, I think Nagamutu would press on after this over.
I think it'll be early. I give them until the 16th, 17th over. I thought they would have taken the 2 there, but maybe they're a bit winded.
Suicidal.
No, I think Nagas is winded because they ran a quick 2 already in there. They've run, well, there was a boundary really, but the leg's been going. What, it's a 1, 2, 1. So
I thought two doubles.
Yes.
It's the sun is coming down. At this age, it's gonna take a lot. This time he's winding up to go big. So George, he apparently doesn't want to wait until the 16th over. But it was there to be hit though. It was over pitch. It was flighted above the eye line like this one again. He's pulling this one and he's gonna get. He's gonna get
4 runs.
Yes, 4 runs. So it was a good, nice, clean shot. He did some house cleaning, pulled out the boom.
Yes, most definitely. That was a great shot from George.
Yes, so easy. This over they've scored from every ball all except one.
I think it's 8 runs so far in this over.
Yes, 8 runs. A dot, 2, a 1. No, a 1, 2, dot, and a 4. So 1, 2, 1, dot, 4. And he's going again.
Pull it more backwards, and it's going to go for another boundary.
So we have back-to-back boundaries, and like you said, he's not going to wait. And the 100 comes up with that shot at the end of 15. Like you said, I think they're going to be looking for anywhere around 150, 160. Another 5 overs, they can score 10 and a half runs and over. They'll clearly get to 160.
I estimate 165.
165. Well, Nagas, we've dubbed him the finisher for the West Indies Stars. He have done it already on 3 occasions. Now he's summoned to do it again on the 4th occasion. He's there on 11. Quietly has gone to 11. Bim George has been there for 17 deliveries. He's on 20.
Well, I know Naga was very, very harsh against us in the 19th over.
Yes. When he carted 3 sixes in that over.
Yes.
Yes, and that turned the game on its head. Oh, that one was outside the off stump, and he's playing it into the hands of the backward point fielder. He's angry with himself. It was a wide delivery outside the off stump. He just put his bat there as if to say, well, I do not want this ball to go to the wicket keeper.
Yes,
it was a nothing shot.
It seems as though he just followed it just to place the ball and hit the face and the upper edge and went straight to the backward point fieldsman.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. A soft dismissal. Soft dismissal. So it's not going to be him taking it beyond the 150 if they get to the 150 because he's gone. Nagamoto for the first time has not batted in the latter portion of the innings. And let us see what the back end will do, the latter 5, if they now can take it over. But it's always difficult when you would have won all of your matches up front. The law of average says that you're due to lose a game.
Lose one.
It would be a shame if they lose the most important
game of all, right?
But cricket, you never know.
It's a funny game.
It's a funny game. We just have to call it as we see it. 2 teams are in and they started even Steven. Yesterday has gone and it has gone forever. India should not be looking and saying, well, this team, they beat us yesterday, so we're just here going through the motion. No. You have to go and say, yesterday is done and gone. That game is done and gone. This is a new game. We started from 0 and give yourself a chance to win. Now, I know they're well coached, they're well drilled, they're like an oil machine. But again, I am saying, for the age, the competition is over 50 tournament. These guys have played all 4 days. Now to chase the runs in the field, to chase balls in the field, and having to go and chase runs, I do not know how much is going to left in the tank for the Indians.
For the Indian team.
That is something to consider.
Yes, and it's very hot out there, humid.
Yep, it is.
And I think that's the skipper went out there, Zamin Amin.
Yes, Zamin has joined Bim George, who struck 2 lovely 4s in the previous over. But the very first delivery of the 16th over, he saw the back of Nagas. So Nagamutu ended his batting stint here at the park. A soft dismissal, soft way. This time he's coming forward, and that would have been suicidal. Definitely. So Zamin, he was not interested. Bim George was off and running, got out the starter's block quick and in a hurry, but was wisely sent back by the skipper. Oh, this time this one was getting up on him, and he banged it into the turf. Should have waited a little later. So you're gonna bid us goodbye. So just say hello to the folks back at home in Virginia.
Yeah, just saying hello to all my family and friends back in Virginia Beach, all my cricket teammates and other teams in the Mid-Atlantic Cricket Conference League. And then also the USA Masters over 50, all my friends. We'll be having a LA tournament in November 14th to the 20th.
Okay, and you might want to thank the organizers of this tournament.
And of course,
for
thank Mark Qureshi, the tournament coordinator, Shah Zafar, the umpires, all the supporters, all the groundsmen, the commentators, the media, the photographer, and all others who put a helping hand in making this a successful tournament.
Yes, and it's good seeing you again after all these years. And I know you're following the COVID protocols, and you might just want to send a shout out to the folks and ask them to follow the protocols and to stay safe and stay lyophilized before you make your exit.
Oh, most definitely, yeah. And the guys been following the protocols. They've been wearing their masks. They've been sanitizing, and they haven't been, especially the umpires out in the field, and making sure the guys doesn't use any perspiration or anything on the ball and so forth. And it's been a really, really good tournament.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you. You've graced us with your presence, and well done. And I can say, all-round cricketer.
Thank you, Ivor, and thank you
off the
for
field.
having me here with you.
Okay, next time I'll try to find a Patriot shirt for you.
Thank you, buddy.
Have a good one, and safe traveling. Thank you. Bye. Okay, that's Anthony Shadio there, and his team would have placed third in this competition, and he himself would have give a good account of himself in front of the sticks and behind the sticks. He was the wicket keeper for the USA Stars, and like I said, they placed third on the list, and now you would have seen him and heard him giving a few comments. So over number 17 is going to be in progress now, and it's going to be Jasani. And this time he's going, and I think he would have stopped just inside. In the meantime, the batters are scampering through. So would they have run 3 runs there? I thought it. But the fielders are trying to get back in place now as Zamin comes on strike. He's faced some 4 deliveries for his 1. George been there for quite some time. He is on 24. So skipper Zamin, he's to the 4 and he's trying to get his team to a respectable total. This time he's going after, he's banging this one into the offside, and that had 4 written from the time he would have left the bat. There's no cover sweeper. Once you get it past the inner ring, all men on the offside except for the long off is inside the 30-yard circle, and Zamin was mindful of that. He got it over the infield, and away she goes for more. So that's his first boundary. He goes on to 5 from 5, 109 for 5. So Nagamoto, the last one to go, and was very disappointed in his dismissal. He's been the one carrying the bat and wheeling the willow for the West Indies Stars. But this time his bowling is going to have to come good. It was a mixed bag in his bowling, I'll say. He was not up to his usual standard. He'd been carted around the park a few times. He's amongst the wickets, though, I may add. Well, let's see the comeback delivery from Raju. He's on the back foot. He's punching into the offside. Point runs to his right, and
knocks it down. They ambles a single. So Nagamoto last man out for 11. The first time he would have failed in this tournament, scoring just 11. 110. It's a 2020 over encounter, and it's the tournament requirements. You have to be age 50 and over. But you can have two players who are 45 and over. This time he's going after him, and he goes back to the bowler. He knocked it down, but can't prevent the single. That was an aggressive shot, was hit on the onside. The bowler did well to get down fast and quick and in a hurry. Or they would have had more runs had that ball really passed him without him touching it. All the ones on the board, the Nelson is on the board. They're standing on 1 foot. It's 111 for 5 over number 17 in progress. So I want to hail all the New Yorkers. They've gone to this tournament without losing a match outside the off stump. Played at it and missed. That's Zamin. So the Viola Holmes, we want to give them a big shout out here. Shoalal, Joe Shuharak. He is manager and broker of the Hartford, this Hartford company. There's another single. That's a relaxing single. So the Nelson is off the board now. We have 112 for 5. And folks, don't forget, we're going to have a presentation after the conclusion of this match that's going to be had just beneath us. So one of these two teams are going to be lifting the trophy, the coveted Champions Trophy. So it's Cricket Hall of Fame Legends World Cup. That's the title of this tournament. So again, we want to big up the production crew. Raj behind the camera for all 4 days. Want to see the ball's been followed. That's Raj is the man. Want to big up the official switcher over there, Wadi, and the tournament organizer. We want to say hi and hello to him, Zishan Kuisi, doing a wonderful job. This time he's playing this one off the legs. They're running the first one quickly, and they're thinking two, and in the end they said no. They'll be flirting with danger. So that was a wise move there to abort the second run. So 113 for 5, and that brings George on strike. George is the southpaw. He's going after him, and he whacks down the ground on the offside, but just going to get a single. He got there in a hurry, and a good throw came into the bowler's end. So again, a second run, they would have been flirting with danger. So wise decision not to go for a double. 114. Now the overs are winding down. The party should have started at about this time. Now it's the 18th over. 114. Is that going to be enough for the Indian Stars? Coming around the wicket, and he's going after this one. He's going out to the deep backward square leg for a single. They would not be taking on the arm of the youngster. Again, came in one bounce to the wicket keeper. So they're looking for boundaries, but they're getting it in singles. So far, it's just singles. The poles are planting. No fence going around the poles. 115 for 5. No, Hutchinson, a former United States player, he's eager to get on the square. The semi comes forward. He plays with soft hands for a single. A sticky fields and prevented any thought of a second on this occasion. So the current run rate is 6.6 at this time, and it's a partnership of some 16 runs. So Junaid Ahmed, he is taken one wicket. He is in his third over. He has given up some 14 runs. Outside the off stump, he's banging this one into the onside, taking it from outside of the off stump, but can get no more than one. So all the ones so far in this over, they've scored single from every delivery, but they're really hunting for boundaries. So we have to give it to the India Stars. They've kept them in check. They're looking for boundaries at this stage of the. This time it's a full toss, and he's tugging it into the wide long area. They were thinking two, and wise decision again to abort the two. So all singles in this over, and I think they're going to need much more than that. At the end of over number 18, it is 118 for 5. And folks, again, let me remind you that there's going to be a presentation at the conclusion of this match. One of these two teams are going to be lifting the big trophy. The other would be lifting the silverware. We have a gold trophy for the winner, and we have a silver trophy for the runners-up. There are going to be some man of the match awards as well for all of the matches that would have gone before. I think every game there's a man of the match, and I am not too sure, but they should be giving us something for the most, should be giving the batter for the most runs and the bowler for the most wickets. I am not too sure that is going to be had in the prize giving and at the presentation, but I'm just putting in my little 2 cents. Having played for full 4 days, I think that the guy who would have achieved the most runs and acquire the most wickets, I think they should say that I should get some silverware to take back home. But at least I believe they'll get some recognition, if nothing else. So Vinod and Colin and the other two commentators are busy doing a couple of things. So I'm holding the fort. This time he's going big, but he's going in the direction of Tiki. But they're going to take one. They're going to take on the arm. Yes, no, yes, no. In the end, they aborted the thought of a second one. They're going to need some doubles if they're not getting boundaries. So they're going to have to put some of these fielders under pressure. Sometimes you have to turn none into one, one into two, twos into threes and thing. But they're settling early for singles. But that's good feeling. We still have to give the fielding team credit and the bowlers credit. So we just can't be saying that the batters are not getting it across the ropes and not giving the fielders credit. So we have got to do that. Good tournament so far. This time he's going in the air. He's going off the outer portion of the bat. This time they're going to get a 2 because there's a misfeel. Man running in from the backward point region ran past that one as the ball just spun away from him. It spun away from him, and it enabled them to get a weird double. 121 it is for 5. So I'm impressed with Bim. This time he's coming down the track. He's hitting this one high. He's hitting it hard. He's getting all of his marbles. He's getting a maximum. So well needed. Like I said, they have got to go. This is the penultimate over. They have got to try to get the ball beyond the white ropes. They've been running singles. They got a weird double. And I think that would have triggered something to said, listen, we are running too much down here. And the skipper, Zamin, is there, and he's got to lead the charge. So he has started with a 6. Let's see the comeback delivery. And he's going again, but this time he's hitting it along the turf this time, out to long on for a single. So they're back to the old ways, looking for singles again. Well, it's a partnership of 28. They're actually looking for boundaries, but they're getting singles. So we almost conclude this inning. And let me remind you again, there's going to be a presentation at the end of this inning. 128 for 5. 2 more legal deliveries in this over. Down, and this time he walked past that one and he gave up his inning. What a way to get out. Big George, you have got to be there to the end. You know, you're asking a new batsman to come in at this juncture for 1 over. So Bim George would have made 29 from 24, and he just gave up his inning. He walked past the ball that was pitched just around off stump, sliding away from him. His mind was made up to come down the track. But good thinking there by the bowler, low trajectory, and he just drifted across him, and the wicketkeeper did the rest. So wicket number 6 goes 128 for 6. We have 1 delivery left in this, the 19th over. So Dasani, he is in the wicket column. He has two more deliveries to end his quota of 4. So Colin is back just for the 1 ball in this over and a full 6 legal delivery that is left to complete the innings of the West Indies Stars. Do you think they're falling short of an intended target?
I think so because, as I mentioned earlier, they got off to a really good start. And of course, when you're looking at maybe 50 in the first 5, in the power plays 50 odd, for one, you want to probably get yourself close to 145. And it's a decent track. It's not an express track. The ball comes on just enough. What I thought that India did well, particularly Jasani, is he varied his pace quite a bit. He got 2 for 27, but the wickets at crucial times. So they were never able to continue to build those partnerships. I found between around the 8th over to about the 13th, it was tough going for West Indies. So they tried to slug it out, but they were going well. Ultimately, I'd seen it in previous games where in the middle overs, they struggled just that little bit. So they were relying on power at the back end. And I thought with a good start like that, you really wanted to continue to rotate that strike. Bim George batted well for his 29, but it's going to be important now the last over. You can get another 10 runs off this over and you go to the last ball. Go all guns blazing at this stage, try to get to about 140.
Yes, well, Waju Dasani with his last delivery. Let's see, he's coming back on. Oh, my word. And I don't think that Zamin would have wanted him to start the last over, but you cannot refuse runs.
No, you've got to take your runs. And interestingly, I have to say that Jasani did bowl well because he varied his pace. What he did was he used the wicket. He bowled just about that off stump line, just back of a length, never really going up to the West Indian batsmen who are really front foot by nature here. They've been hitting some big ones and slog sweeping, but had them pushing on their back foot and just varying the pace. He bowled really smartly, and that's important. But they've got 4 wickets in hand with 6 balls to go, and at this stage of the game, you probably want to get a target about 140. If you can get to 140, 145, then that'll be something that you can work with definitely. And my apologies, on a wicket on the last game of the tournament. That's a week old, but playing quite well.
Well, they need at least 11 from this to get to the 140. And again, I want to say to Prim, he would have taken some 3 wickets in this tournament here, the left armer, Prim Singh. So I know he's raring to go here when he's turning back. This time he's nicely flicked. There's runs here, at least 2. And if they're going to take on the arm, they can push. Well, no, they're settling for 2. So they've started well. They in the 130s now, 131 it is, 4-6. So the wicket column is not a bother. They've got to get the willow going.
Yeah. It's 5 balls to go, and you've got to keep your eye on the ball and go through the line.
Ooh, and that one was played straight back to the bowler, went through his hands, and they're going to run another double.
Yeah, a little fumble on the outfield, and of course the batsman very, very alert. It is the last over. There's only 4 balls left, and 4 runs off the first 2 balls, and that's a good start for West Indies in the final over. 133 for 6 and 19.2. Oh, lovely shot again down the ground.
Nope.
I think they should have at least push.
No, Zamin wants to stay on strike. We're going to share it. He would have got the first 3, and the skipper said, I'll take it from here, buddy.
Yeah, he's one on the strike. He's 19 or 14. Obviously, not only that, he probably would have been run out in the end. So I think that was the right call. It's now, 5 runs off the first 3 balls. You get another 5, you could get to 139, make them chase 140, or you get a boundary here.
And he would have hit a 6 in the previous over, so he's wound up. I guess he's going to go for glory right now too. He tried.
Very well bowled. They're going to have to push 2 again for 2. I would test the arm here.
Easy to, relaxing too.
Well, 136 is it? 136. 2 deliveries to go. And
so what have we got so far?
140 could be a psychological mark.
Have we gotten 7 off the over?
So far.
Yep.
Think that's a winning score, Colin Board?
It's a fight in total, certainly. But Zamin blowing just that little bit, and he's got 2 balls to go.
Sammy's back
gonna
and
just be
hoiks
one.
this away, just a single. He's going to settle for that.
You know what? It's going to be a fight in total. Having played for 4 days, I think the Indians are going to be having some weary legs chasing this.
I want to say good afternoon to Josie Sarak. I want to wish him all the best. He's the coach of this West Indies team, and he'll be inducted into the Hall of Fame on the weekend. He's out-stumped. In fact, he could have called that a run out there, Colin Board.
Yeah, he didn't bother to get back. The plan was to swing as hard as possible. 137, just a little short, I would say, maybe 10 runs short. But we never know. As you quite rightly said earlier, it's the last day of the tournament. It's been hot out there. It's been back-to-back cricket. It hasn't been any rest days. You've come out every single day to play a match here. And I think all told, all of the teams have done quite well to be able to play 4 days in a row. Normally this cricket is run weekend cricket and you have enough days to put yourselves back together. But I think with the enthusiasm of the tournament itself and the lovely South Florida and the beautiful weather and a fantastic ground at Broward County, everybody was up for playing 4 games back to back. I haven't heard one person say anything negative about the schedule itself.
No, and actually I'm very, very proud of the guys, over the 4 days they've been coming to the cricket and really doing well. It shows the level of fitness, it shows the level of keenness, Sometimes it's how you think. It's so much depends on your mindset. And I think the mindset is what has pulled them out. So I just want to say again, congratulations to all the players who have taken part and the West Indies stars. Peter Singh run out for 6, Joseph Buffon 36, Stephen Ryan 7, Wildman 18, George 29, Maramutu 11, Zamin Amin, the captain, 22 not out, and Mike Hiralal, he was stumped for 6. 137 for 7. It's a fighting score. Let's look at the bowling now. Ketan Patel, the captain, 2 overs, none for 10. Fazal Alam, 2 overs, none for 26. Lalta Prasad, 4 overs, 1 for 31. Sanjay Pandya bowled very well, 4 overs, 1 for 16. Raju Desani was also good, 4 overs, 2 for 28. And Junaid Ahmed, 4 overs, 2 for 24. After a final comment from Ivor Henry, we will then, in fact, I just want to say thank you to Jody, Mahadev Jody, and of course his son Brian. They have a big role to play with the West Indies team. Brian Jody from BA Law, he is actually one of the sponsors and the coach of the team. So after a final comment from Ivor Henry, we take a short break. We'll be right back.
Yes, I thought the Indians were very disciplined in their feeling. As a matter of fact, they would have only given up 2 extras. So by firing away, we've been having 20 extras, 19 extras, but the Indians, they were very, very disciplined with only 2 extras.
I think it's important to note that that's really a good call, because after West Indies got off to a flyer with their opening pair, really going hard at the Indian bowlers, once they got about the 5th or 6th over, they tightened the screws. But they weren't intimidated by the hitting early. They were very steady. They both left arm orthodox of Prasad and Jasani made it really, really difficult in those middle overs. They bowled their 4 overs for very little. No mistakes, no byes, no wides, not many wides. When you do 3 extras or 2 extras in a T20 match under pressure in a final, that says a lot, that they kept their calm, they kept their cool, and they were able to pull back a team, maybe even 20 runs short, because at the start we thought with the kind of power hitting that the West Indies had at the back end, that they probably would have posted a much larger total. But runs on the board is runs on the board.
Yeah, I think they're missing Nagamoto finishing, but all credit to the Indians. They would have done their homework. Once Nagamoto is not there at the end, they thought they would always be in with a chance. So he got out soft dismissal outside the off stump, just put his bat on one and told the guy in the what position was he again? The point. He was in the backward point, and he just said, "Okay, look me, take me." And with that, I think the shoulders really got high above the ears. They said, "We got the man we wanted to get out." Yeah. So once Naga would have gone, they held their own, they flighted well, they kept the extras down, and for that, they would have realized only 137 for 7. I'm saying only. Now, let's see if they'll make heavy weather in getting to 138 to lift the big trophy.
Yeah, West Indies at the end of their 20 overs, 137 for 7. Indian Stars will take it up as we go for the innings break in the World Cup Legends Championship 2021. See you guys in a couple minutes.
Well, welcome back, and we just one inning away now from the end of the tournament. India Stars, they're chasing 138 to win. Let me say good afternoon to my fellow commentators, Ivor Henry and Colin Board.
Yes, good afternoon. We know it again, and we know you're going to be busy this afternoon with the presentation, so we're going to get in all we can. We're going to suck all we can from you right now.
So it's going to be Rocky Singh to face, is it? Yes, and Bim George is going to open the bowling. Bim George bowled well yesterday.
Would it be a change of fortune? The previous 3 matches they started from the far end with our good friend
Venkat.
What's the bowler?
Hutchinson
that bowls like
Keswick Williams.
Kedrick Williams. So they're turning it around now. Now that they're defending.
Well, I think because of the fact that they're starting from this end, some players are comfortable on certain ends. We saw Colin Board, as we have Colin Board here. We saw what happened in their game. He bowled well from the far end. He switched ends, and probably Colin didn't enjoy running up the hill.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy running up the hill for 6 consecutive balls, and for the first 3 they went for 6s. But no, at the end of the day, when you have an end that you're comfortable with, but cricket requires that you adjust really quickly, and that's going to be the key component here.
A lot of people like before.
I think it's high.
Well, could be slipping down the leg side too. And yes, he's rubbing the inner thigh.
Yeah, I think it's
definitely high. So they will have their work cut out. The key will be Fazal Alam, who is a mighty batsman. He and Ketan Patel.
Certainly, Bim George, left arm orthodox, is going to do just what Prasad had done from the southern end. Just bowl really tightly. I know he did bowl a wide, but he bowls one of those flatter balls just back of a length, using the wicket quite well.
Ooh, that one crept along the track. And they're going to get a bye.
The Indians were very disciplined when fielding. They only gave up 2 extras. And in the first over, no, he didn't signal.
So he seems to have gotten a touch.
Then it should be a dead ball, because I thought it was a wide.
Well, he didn't signal
a bye. No, he didn't. The square leg is going to have a quick chat with him. I'm pretty sure he's going to then signal it, yeah.
This is umpire Venkat from our side.
Signal the bye. So he's turning bye. They're not having 12 fielders on the field.
I think they're going to confer. I think the question from Bim George is whether or not, yes, it was a bye, but he didn't play a shot, so was it just a dead ball?
No. The ball did not hit him. No, the ball didn't hit the batsman. So once he hit the keeper's pad with him not playing a shot, you can run the bye.
Has he signaled? Let's see.
We're going to see now.
Well, he made no signal previously. Now
okay, there he is.
There was a delayed signal coming in. After 4 days, you can give him a chance. 4 days in 90 degrees heat, 80 plus the humidity, he would have lost it a little bit. But he should have picked it up without going over to the square leg. But he's maybe inexperienced. So let's give him a chance.
What would Max Dyer say about that?
He'll say, no, not when you're on television. You don't make those those are little minor mistakes that you don't want to make. A bye is a bye.
And that looks good. And he's bowled him, in fact.
He knocked him over.
Well done by Bim George.
But I was about to say, let me tell you the problem that India is going to have. The score might look small, but they had to spend the 20 overs fielding, and they had to do a lot of running. It was not a lot of 4s and 6s where the ball boy was throwing back in the balls. The few boundaries, they had to go for them. But other than that, they had to be always using their feet to prevent 2, prevent 1. So it's some tired legs. That was a tired, lazy leg there. You can see it.
And I think you mentioned that earlier in the first innings, that in the West Indies innings, that India would probably struggle after 4 days over 50. The legs will start to go just that little bit, and the turnover is really short in between innings. And particularly for the top order batsmen, it's going to be probably difficult for them to just... And the key really is to just be careful, take your time, and get back into the groove of it, get the legs moving again. And because once you've taken that break as well, before you could get yourself up and running again, that's a perfect example of what just happened.
Well, there's a key moment now with Fazal Alam coming in. He is a hurricane batsman. He got 76 in one of the games. He's a man could create some serious problems here for the West Indies, given that the score is not a gigantic one. So let's see how he goes. I thought Ketan Patel, it might have better been served coming in at this point in time and just guiding the innings and letting the others play around him. But Fazal is in there.
Well, they started with spin, so they're gonna make them work hard. Not everybody can play spin, although it's in the power play, and only 2 fielders can be beyond the 30-yard circle.
Importantly, Fazal Alam also bowled, had 4 overs. So he was a busy boy in the first innings as well, and so did Patel. But Fazal Alam has been really good this tournament. He's a key component. He really is the one that India will be looking to play. Rocky Singh will have to just work with him, and it's important that they put together partnerships. You mentioned earlier about a squad that's 137. It's not a large total, but it requires patience, it requires thought, and it requires just using, as you said before, all 120 balls to get there.
Those small scores are always tricky. Always.
Yeah. And in the context here, I think we're back to the first day where totals are 137, 140, etc. with a general run of the mill, and then eventually guys got the hang of it in the middle of the tournament. We started to get seeing bigger totals. But then we have these two teams who are very good. Their bowling attacks are quite good as well. And 137 is going to be a challenge, no doubt about it. But as I said earlier, Fazal Alam has had a good tournament, and I'm pretty sure that India is going to rely on him and Patel, the captain, to be able to put together partnerships. Rocky Singh is there. He hasn't gotten off the mark of 3 balls yet. Mitra has just departed. Last wicket, 1 over gone, 2 runs, 1 wicket. Mahindra Nagamutu is now on from the northern end.
Yeah, well, Naga's bowled exclusively from the southern end previously.
And there you go. And there's going to be another matter in this game, because if you look through the West Indies tournament, the wicket keeping has not been as clean as you'd want it to be. And this particular wicket, you've got to stay down longer. You have to stay down longer. And particularly someone like Nagamutu ran, and I think he tried to bowl at Googly there, that just ran on really quickly outside the leg. There's almost no chance of the wicketkeeper collecting that.
He started bad. He started outside the line of the leg stump, and the wicketkeeper had no chance. But already, like we said, 6 extras already, when the India would have only given up 2.
And that's going to be a key component here. When you're going to defend a small total, you have to be really precise and disciplined in your bowling.
So Nagamutu is going to try to come quick through the air. Down the leg side again.
Oh. He got away with that one. Rocky Singh haven't gotten off the mark yet, so he hasn't gotten any rhythm going, but that's one that was really short. And with only one guy out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, he gave away an opportunity there.
Runs here now. This is more than 1. As Singh gives chase, he's going to put it back just before it reaches the boundary.
3.
And they go for 3.
Easy 3 there. The outfield is quick as well, Vinod. It's important that on a beautiful surface like this, the outfield is fantastic. It's quick. It's a nice track. It's a lovely day for cricket here. It's the final of the Legends World Cup. India chasing 138 to win. 10 for 1. Nagamutu's after 3 balls, none for 8. The last wicket, Tilak Mitra 0, 1.3 overs gone into the power play. Rocky Singh is 3 from 6 balls, and Fazal Alam is yet to face a ball. He's just taken his mark as we settle in 10 for 1 after 1.3 overs. India Stars. It's really well played there by Alam. He just gets back and pushes up onto the onside, and they carry through for an easy single.
Well, we're into double figures. 11, all the ones, small ones on the field. Not 111 for 1. It's 11 for 1 into over number 2. Nagos has not really bowled well in this competition so far. Oh, he's getting one. So he's going to be 4.
Oh, he's picked a bad line. His field is set to slip, a short third man, backward point cover, mid off, a deep wide mid on, wide mid wicket, and just one on the 45. And yet he's been bowling a Midland leg line. He's really been off his line, and not only that, he's pulling his sliders and googlies down as opposed to going up. He's bowling really flat, and he hasn't settled in yet. And so far, he's gone for 13 off his first 5 overs, 15 for 1.5 overs gone. India Stars.
Yes, not a good start there for the for the West Indies Stars. A small total, but they don't want to give it away up front because then they can just cruise because the asking rate is not going to be much. So if they can just maintain around 6 and over, 7 and over with wickets in hand, I think India are going to always be in the driver's seat. It is their game to lose, if you ask me.
Yeah, but I think in West Indies have now just gotten a little smart in giving some coverage. And then he goes outside Midland leg. He takes a big heave over mid-wicket. He'll just get the one with now put in a mid-wicket and brought the deep mid-wicket a little finer, a little squarer. Obviously playing for that googly that he's bowling to the right-hander, Rocky Singh, and he's gotten away with one over the top, 16 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, there was a poor over there from Nagas. He got away with one that should have really carted out of the park, and then he kept going down leg, going down. All the scoring came on the leg side, but he had an offside feel. So let's see if he's going to be back, or they just want to get an over out the way to see what's going on. But defending 137, I don't think they would have started nicely. The first over, of course, that was bought a wicket, and they kept things in check. But then they gave away all that was done in the first over.
Yeah, and they'll be happy to be 16 for 2. They're going at 8 and over. Rocky Singh 8 from 8. Fazal Alam there. Well, I would consider between himself and Ketan Patel to be the 2 and major engine room of India Stars batting lineup. Fazal Alam is on 1 off 2 balls, and he's a big strapping guy. He hits the ball cleanly. He doesn't muck about too much. He's very good on the front foot. He's very good around the park, actually, but he also runs well between the wickets. So he's going to be one that's going to be reliant upon. 16 for 1.
So George continues here. Rocky Singh is on 8. Fazal Alam is on 1. And a couple of big overs calling all of a sudden. The West Indies could be up against it here. Oh. This time he's pleading again, probably going down the leg side. There was no issue of height on that occasion. That one was probably sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, I think if I may, Rocky Singh has to understand that if you look at George, he's not flighting it, he's pushing it through, and that ball keeps to be sliding on. He's got to punch down the ground and play straight, as opposed to going square.
Well, he's bowled.
He doesn't play straight. So
all over the shop. And as Colin was calling for him to play down, if you play down the ground, you have the entire blade of the bat. If you look to play a shot like that, you're working with 4 inches.
Yeah, I think Rocky Singh didn't read the wicket well. He was 8 from 11 balls, yes, but you can't go to square leg so early. That ball is sliding on, it's still brand new, and you can see the comments from Fazal Alam just pointing, saying you could have gone to mid-off. You've got to be able to play straight, and that's not the sensible cricket. He's now practicing, still going to mid-wicket, as opposed to going over cover exactly. And, of course, you've got to learn to play straight. The key here is to just use the conditions well. Go down the ground. There's no real rush, but you've got to play straight with a brand new ball. And Bim George is bowling well. He's bowling from a low trajectory and just bowling sliders into you.
Is it a case that Rocky wasn't solid at the top of the order, Colin?
He wasn't solid as a rock. No.
Yes. So the West Indies will be looking. They say normally 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3. So if they can push hard and get another one here, they'll really put in their back. But this is the pair that the Indians will be depending on. Ketan Patel and Fazal Alam.
Chains are on the feet, trust me. Chains are on the feet. Their feet going to be anchored in cement. They started wisely with using spinners where they have to use their feet. I think that was a good ploy. You've got to use your feet. I know your feet are tired. So we're not going to have any balls up early running onto you. We're going to let you do some running in here, and by the time we bring the medium paces on, your legs going to be real tired. It's a ploy. I think that's what they're using.
Importantly, we have for both sides. Bim George has bowled well. He's picked up 2 in his 1.3 overs. As I said, he's coming with a low trajectory and just making the batsman play. Just back of a length, the ball sliding on. You've got to punch down the ground. You've got to play straight. Let's see how Ketan Patel and Fazam Alam goes. As Vinod said earlier, this pair is they're the key components of the batting lineup for India Stars. They're the ones that have gotten India Stars to the final in terms of the batting components and the engine room. They run well between the wickets as a pair. They both are good strikers of the ball, but they play intelligent cricket. And here's an opportunity for them to now put their heads together because it's 16 for 2 after 2.3.
Again, good delivery. Patel is a good player. He's been very, very consistent in this tournament. He has had a half century, and he's had a 40 odd, and yesterday 49 not out as well. So this is again dabbed away on the offside. Bim George keeping it very tight like the economy here, Colin.
Yeah, Ketan Patel is one of the shown throughout the tournament so far that he has a lot of patience, and he will have to exercise that patience here as well. Let everyone bat around him and just build partnerships and small partnerships.
So just one more. He's a very sensible player, very good player. He's fit. He and Alan both run very quickly between the sticks, and that last delivery spoiled the maiden. So 1 run. 2 for 2. You can't ask him for more than that. Let's see who's going to continue from the northern end. Seems to be Nagamutu.
120 to get off 102 balls. The last wicket, Rocky Singh going for 8, Ketan Patel and 1 after 3, Fazam Alam 1 after 2. 3 overs gone, 17 for 2, India Stars. The current run rate is 5.7 and the required run rate now is 7.1, which is neither here nor there in a T20. I think it's important that they do use the next 3 overs in the power play to try to get themselves up to a decent total, maybe 35 to 40, but without losing wickets. And then in the middle overs with this same pair, they can then do that rotation and strike. Keep at 5 or 6 runs and over. So you're never that far off because you are in fact going to get some bad balls and here or there pick up some extras along the way that gives you the extra balls. But I see there's a changing bowling that Vijay Sionarayan is now coming on and they no longer could be utilizing his services for Mr. Nagamutu on the northern end.
That's the first time he has bowled from that end in the tournament. So I guess his preferred end is the come box end.
Yeah, sometimes the wind is blowing from the right to the left, and being a leg spinner, you think sometimes that might aid him. I don't think that's the case, really. You want to be bowling from the opposite end. You want that ball to be drifting into the batsman and on pitching, moving away. So I thought that end might have been the better end for him.
No, but the wind is pushing the ball down leg. Apparently that's why he was keeping going legs. He bowled all the 6 deliveries down leg. See, the wind is coming from east to west, so he might better coming from this end. Except he's going to bowl wide outside the off stump.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. It's just short and wide, and he got back and rocked back and cracked that behind cover point there for 4 runs. Really nice shot by Ketan Patel. It takes them to 17 for 2. It's a really good shot. Leant back. He had played one just the previous ball, 2 balls, but couldn't beat cover. This time he found the gap and the ball raced away all along the carpet for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was meat and drink though. That was a ranking long hop, and there's no sweeper on the point boundary or the extra cover boundary. Once you get through the inner ring, it was always going to be 4. The field is lush green. It's shaved very nicely, and that was a loosener there. So from that end, the runs are leaking from that end, and they're undoing what Big George has been doing from the southern end. They've got to tighten their grip, the West Indies.
Ball's getting through, and again flashing outside the off stump. Ketan Patel is playing just generally. He's a lot much calmer, and he's playing a little more aggressively, a little more with intent now. And I think he wants to use up the power play and take advantage of it at this stage of the game.
Well, that one kept a little low, and he's on the back foot, so I'd advise him to push out and come on the front foot, because the previous delivery kept a little low, but he went down, did a little gardening, but came back and punching on aggressively again off the back foot. So he's forcing things. This time he covers up nicely onto the onside and can't score.
End of the over. Twenty-one for 2. India after 4 overs. Just the 4 runs off that over from BJ Senior, and he bowled really tightly, just outside off some. The ball was squatting just a little bit, except for that rank longer for the punch down to the sweeper position for 4 by Ketan Patel. Fazam Alam on 1 after 2, so they're 117 to get. 21 for 2 after 4 overs, 16 overs left. 2 more overs left in the power play.
So this partnership is key. George looking towards him again to get that breakthrough. A wicket in his first over and 1 in his second. Will there be 1 in his third?
Remember George slip short, what would be that, short third man, cover, point cover, extra cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, forward a square. Very well bowled. He has a little drifter that he's bowling there, coming into the right-hander. Nice arm ball from Bim George. He's bowling, as I said earlier, with a very flat trajectory. He's not going up at all. He's just keeping it nice and tight, just on about middle leg, drifting into the right-handed batsman.
In the air, could someone get to this? No. So, Fielder at long on, running in, but he also has a wide-ish long on. Now, who it is?
And Fazal Alam, first bowler was just slightly thrown up, went for that big drive, but unfortunately and quite correctly, he hit straight. Not playing across the line, he did in fact go straight, did not connect, but at least it was straight enough so that he had that long on, had to run around and give him enough time for that ball to drop out of the sky. Just only 1 from it.
Ken flat.
Very well played by Ketan Patel, just getting back and tucking it. And it's important to get the singles. I know we're in the power play, but if it's going to be tight bowling, you still have got to be able to make the best of it. Even if you can get 5 or 6 runs and over in the power play, you set yourself up beautifully to play into the middle overs. It's maybe the 6th, 7th, to 13th over. You set yourself up and keep as many wickets as possible for a final charge.
Well, Colin, Ken Bim George continues to bowl well. We have joining us now Greg from Fayetteville, where he and Mark has some big plans to build some cricket grounds down there to develop the sport. I think it's all about 70 acres. Greg, give us some details about this great plan that you have with Mark.
Yes, we're very excited. Fayetteville, North Carolina is home of the #1 military base in the world, Fort Bragg. City has about 200,000, county about 350,000, but we're halfway exactly between Miami and New York City on 95, Interstate 95. So I'm in commercial real estate with Grant Murray Commercial Real Estate in Fayetteville, and got a call from Mac one day, and we're putting together a 70-acre development on I-95 at exit 49, where we have 2,600 feet of frontage on 95, and it's a 70-acre development, cricket training facility.
70 acres.
70 acres. We're going to do 4 fields, 5 acres each, that can be converted to soccer, cricket, lacrosse, whatever, for youth sports. And there's 2,000 hotel rooms at this exit and restaurants. So it's going to be perfect for travel teams up and down the East Coast. And Mac's not only going to do the training facility, which will be around 25 acres, and the cricket fields, but he's doing 2 hotels, office, flex space, warehouse space, and fill in with apartments. So
well, Mark is a master when coming to that, accommodation.
It's going to be very nice.
He loves accommodation, he loves cricket. You put the two together and you'll get something very, very special indeed. Colin, that is great to hear these guys develop in the sport.
That's a phenomenal exercise being done. I think it's brilliant. As you said, you're halfway between New York and Miami. It's on an exit with 2,000 rooms and with 70 acres. I think it's going to be brilliant. That initiative is fantastic. I'd like to hear a lot more about it. This is super brilliant for cricket in USA. And of course, as you said earlier, there can be exchange programs with people from all around the globe, where people can travel from the Caribbean, from England, and all of the cricket playing nations. But not only cricket, there are other sports that could be involved. I think it's a brilliant exercise, and it's something that should be encouraged, and certainly let everyone know the sort of work that is being done behind the scenes. That's fantastic.
Yeah, well, it came from the man with the vision, Mark Rishi. You know, you put it land in front of him, he'll build you a cricket ground.
Great stuff.
And to get the youth involved, girls, boys, all ages, seniors. But Fort Bragg, I know, is going to embrace it, because you got a lot of military people that are familiar with cricket that were stationed overseas.
Right.
And Fort Bragg will definitely embrace it, and I'm hoping to get several teams out of Fort Bragg. There's 56,000 troops stationed at Fort Bragg, so it's a city within itself. #1 military base in the world. So it's just, I think it's a great location.
Some of those guys would have been to Afghanistan, where they play cricket. They would have been to Pakistan. They would have been to other countries in the East.
I think what is important as well is that the sport is being used for human development. And that's the key component, really, that you can spread that and people can travel from far and wide and come there. It's not just only cricket, but a multitude of sports, but a coming together of people, and particularly for young people to be able to work and develop the human mind. I think that's one of the key components here. So we applaud Mac for that initiative, and you guys for continuing to build on this dream. And we really do look forward to it. This is something that everybody should know about and take part in, that you want to continue to spread it. Cricket can play anywhere on the planet, and if you've got the facilities and Mark is there to build, and you have the dream and the will to do it, God bless you guys in doing this. This is great stuff.
We're excited, very excited.
So how come, what made you buy into the idea?
Well, when I first met Mac, I'm thinking, cricket, how's it going to work? And he's getting ready to put a lot of money into this development. But when he explained everything of having the top players come at the training center to teach cricket, that all ages can play, seniors, and then not only for cricket, but the other travel teams. Soccer is big, so I think you can get 2 soccer fields on 1 cricket field.
Yeah, and Mark has been
lacrosse. You got field hockey, but the travel team industry is huge, where the parents are taking these kids up and down the East Coast, staying in hotels, spending the weekend for all sports.
Yeah, if you want to spend money, you get children involved in something, and all of a sudden the parents are forced to spend money. They're forced to invest. Mark has also had the fortune of bringing together with his friend Ritesh Corey Anderson, the former New Zealand hard-hitting batsman, and now he is in North Carolina at the Samp Army Cricket Academy teaching kids. So I guess that is what they want to replicate by you.
I came down for my first cricket experience for Memorial Day at the tournament Mac put on at his park, and watched all day Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and left with a pretty good understanding. I still have a lot to learn, but it is exciting. Similar to baseball, but anyone can play, and that's what makes it, I think.
Mayor Stoneman says that after seeing cricket, he's not interested in baseball.
I've had season tickets to the Carolina Panthers for 26 years. I've driven from Fayetteville every home game. So I'm a big supporter of the Carolina Panthers, and I've met David Tepper, and I'm going to get Mac a meeting with David Tepper. David Tepper is the wealthiest NFL owner of all. He's about $14 billion. Not quite as strong as Mac, but he's getting there.
He's getting there.
But anyway, he's a great guy. I've met him on 3 different occasions.
Yeah.
And he just got a major league MLS soccer team in Charlotte.
Wow.
And we start next year. But I think he's going to embrace cricket. If
Once
I can get
he
to
does
him.
that.
Yeah. I think it's important for those partnerships, because ultimately to grow the sport you need to build on partnerships, and this is a great initiative. As I said, you do North Carolina, and then it's already in Florida. It's just ahead of further north, and we continue to develop as you go quite along through the north. United States is a large place with a lot of people.
I didn't realize how popular it is in New York.
Yeah, there's 1,600 cricket teams in Boston, but
Connecticut.
In order to get people involved in cricket and you must go to a trusted source, and this is why you go to guys like Makarishi, who is responsible for this.
Yeah,
and
this
not
is beautiful.
Not only what you're seeing over the ropes, what you're seeing behind the ropes. Mark was instrumental in. Mark was invited to turn the sword. It was Mark who ran up and down the 441, meeting everybody and their grandmother to interest them to build this stadium.
And that's brilliant. When here it is today, it's a world-class facility.
It's world class.
Yeah,
I
hosting
had
a
no
world-class
idea it was
event.
this
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
It's
last
beautiful.
time I was here, due to COVID, we weren't able to have the tournament here. But I really look forward to coming down this weekend to see it, and it's more than I expected.
It's wonderful.
First class.
Seeing the finals here at the moment, India Stars are 33 for 2, and they're chasing the West Indies target of 137 to win the finals. And the colors, you can just look out there and see how great and how wonderful the site is. Colin, that burgundy. Thanks a lot for being with us, Greg. We want to wish you all the best.
You guys informed of how we're progressing. We're getting our site plan as we speak finished so we can submit it to the county and the city. But we're definitely going to embrace it in Fayetteville, and we're all excited.
I'm completely excited about this project. This is great. We look forward to it. We really do a pleasure coming on. And
thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Greg,
Much
thanks
appreciated, Greg.
Thanks. Thanks a lot for giving cricket a chance, a footing here. And, Colin, just recently I had the fortune of going to North Carolina with Mark and Ritesh. And Mark has a massive program going on that he has started there. A 20-acre, just opposite, 20-acre parcel of land just opposite the airport, where he's putting down, it's an old golfing facility where he's putting down 2 cricket fields there.
Oh,
it's
that's
already
great.
marked out. I actually went out. I was trying to figure out, Rajesh Sharma was the man who marked out the pitch and where the pitch should go, and I was trying to figure out where's the sun. I was trying to tell Mark, the pitch has to face away from the sun. It can't be in the batsman eyes in the morning and
north-south,
on the other end in the evening. So, I saw it. So it's not talk. It's something that I've seen, and
the exciting times ahead, seriously, really exciting times ahead for cricket in North America. I think there are over 30 million people that actually follow and play the game. There are a lot of teams. I mean, I was surprised to find out that in North Carolina alone had 120 plus cricket teams. As you said earlier about Boston, we know that New York has cricket. Everywhere there's cricket being played, and it's growing faster than people actually think. And to understand that they're going to be building some massive stadia is really important, because to develop the sport, you're going to have the facilities, you're going to have the intellectual property, and you have to have the skill sets to come and do it. And I think that is one of the key components to know that North Carolina is going to be one of the leaders doing it, and Mac Qureshi, one of those who's driving the continued growth of cricket in USA. And I think that's brilliant.
Thank you as well, Colin, for your part in it. I mean, you've come here, you've shown these guys that where investment can come from, about companies fulfilling their corporate social responsibility. As NLCB, your sponsors have been doing brilliantly in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, NLCB has done a fantastic job throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago in terms of creating benefits for persons in every field, in the fields of arts, music, and various sports. And they've already, unknowingly in the first instance, been supporting cricket and junior cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, our team, Trinbago Knight Riders, every year, they've been here from 2013 to now. Importantly, they're now going to be, by association, working alongside Mac, who's done work for the North and South under 15 teams in Trinidad and Tobago. So he's not only developing cricket here in North America, he's also reaching out as part of his outreach programs into the Caribbean and working and doing these exchange programs for cricketers from the Caribbean to come to North America and play their games up here, and that exchange program back and forth. And I'll give you an example. Ali Khan, who plays for Trinbago Knight Riders, was found right here in the US Open in this tournament formed by Mac when Dwayne Bravo had seen him here. And from that, playing cricket somewhere in Ohio, he got an opportunity to be seen by Dwayne Bravo, who has then now brought him out into the Caribbean, and he is, of course, a household name in CPL, and also found his way to the IPL just because he was actually playing in a tournament right here in Fort Lauderdale. And that's where the exchange programs and being able to show young players and giving them opportunities to shine. I think it's a brilliant initiative.
And this time there's a catch, so a wicket has fallen. Colin, the third wicket. Ivor is back, and Ivor brings a catch for us, a wicket for the West Indies. And it's absolutely brilliant that Ivor, in your neck of the woods, the game is spreading so quickly.
And that wicket is who? Fazal Alam?
No, that was the skipper Keaton. Yes, it's Fazal. I think they've made an error there. It's Fazal who is dismissed.
Yeah.
Yes, Fazal for 16. So it's no error. In fact, he was the man on strike. So
Yep.
I must apologize to our statisticians. Fazal goes for 16. That's a key breakthrough at this point in time.
Yes, indeed, 40 for 2, and at least we get a wicket from the northern end. The runs been coming fast, quick, and in a hurry from the northern end, but at least a wicket and nothing put you behind the clock more than losing wickets. So I'm going to say it again, and I'll say it in your presence now. Every time I see the West Indies colours, I sometimes get goosebumps. And I'm hard. We have a radio show, and I get hard on the guys who are representing the West Indies. And when I feel it, they're not playing with pride or with passion. Sometimes it just irks me.
But I see what you're wearing. You're wearing the West Indies colours, and I think ultimately, all of us who are from the Caribbean, we feel the same way once we see that burgundy. It's just something, once you have a passion for the game and someone's representing us, he's representing all of us. And it's a great legacy to be represented. So what people ask of them is to be able to come and play with pride. And this West Indies team here, playing in a final and playing with the same pride that we want to see at all times. And Prem Singh, having bowled just 2 balls, is now only 1 for 1. Made the fantastic breakthrough, 40 for 3 after 7.2.
As a matter of fact, Prem Singh came and chastised me and said that he looked on the mark videos, and everybody who would have taken 3 wickets, pictures and stats are there except his. So I think you have to do something about that, Vinod.
Yeah, well, I think Prem is going to give me something to work with today as well. He is already on the board, and it feels so good, Colin, to see my friend Ivor. I look at Ivor speaking to you just now, and as a seasoned journalist, you pick these things up, and I saw the pride in his face. This is a Masters team, but the West Indianness in the man is coming out. When you see that maroon, and Michael Chambers, who will come a call in shortly, will also speak to that. When you see that maroon and that crest, it brings out that in you. You would have been West Indies A-team manager. You would have dealt with that as well.
Yeah, it's a great sense of pride when you're part and parcel of representing an entire region. There's so much that you represent when you put the maroon on. It's not just a cricket team. It's a unifier in the Caribbean, and it's born out of struggles over the years, historic struggles. And to see that the West Indies have gone to a place at the top of the tree, and to be able to be part and parcel of something like that, it really makes you feel that you've done something wonderful and worthwhile. And I think everybody that's a West Indian will always be there to support, even in good and bad times, that we're here, and we'll always be here to support the maroon, and it's something you can't get away. And I am quite sure that people feel the same way when you're an Indian and you see India playing Pakistan, because it represents a country, and these personnel who wear that uniform must always know that once they do, they represent us all. Whether you live in North America for 40 years or not, you're still always a West Indian.
Well, speaking about a great West Indian, let me welcome one, and that's Michael Chambers. Michael is the Hall himself, the Hall of Fame. You asked me, I think, Colin, was it you or Mayor Stoneman asked if there's a physical hall, and there is in Hartford, where you can go and you can see the photos of all the great guys who have been inducted into the Hall of Fame, on the wall. And Michael is as West Indian as you can get. Michael led a campaign that, with a little bit of luck again, would have landed the former West Indies president, Dave Cameron, as chairman of the ICC. Such is what he believes that comes from the West Indies. Good afternoon, Mike. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vinodi. I'm doing good. I'm hanging out with the greats over here, the Calcutta Knight Riders, right?
That's the man.
Mr. Kade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a great conversation.
Yes,
2 days
I
ago.
enjoyed that conversation.
Yeah, we sat and spoke about all about West Indian cricket and how we felt they could develop it, and the sort of work Mr. Chambers is doing here in North America. 40
he's
years.
tireless, man. This man sends an email every day, and he dedicates every Wednesday night to a Zoom meeting with the Hall of Famers.
That is brilliant. I mean, the sort of work that has been done here in North America and to try to drive and create the game, but not only just the game of cricket, but continue to build within the North American system that sense of, you said it earlier, being a West Indian and how much it means to West Indians, so that you've kept your roots. Yes, they live in North America, but they've created that culture here that you immersed in the North American society, and you take both back and forth. I think the conversation was fantastic. I actually walked away thinking, wow, I was speechless, which is very rare for me. You know, I'm a man.
That's very rare for you, Colin. Colin, that's very, very rare
few
for you.
words.
Anyone could leave Colin, speechless. Is a man who deserves a trophy.
No, I really enjoyed the discussion, and especially when I left and I called my board up in Connecticut and I says, listen, we might get the Knight Riders coming to Hartford, and they were so excited, So, no, we'd love to see cricket grow in the U.S., but we want to see it coming in from the grassroots, and that's what I loved about the discussion when you say you are into grassroots cricket. You know?
I think that's where the cricket has to start. This is
Right.
wonderful for us to come together as a group here, but it's about meeting of the minds, a meeting of the cultures, but meeting of the same passion to develop the game. Everybody that's playing here in this tournament has played from childhood.
That's correct.
And some have gone on to greater heights. But the passion for the game remains, and the beauty of this game is about the sharing of information, about building friendships, about the discipline behind the game of cricket. And I think to do that, to continue to grow it, you have to go right back to the grassroots.
roots, right.
And if you go to the roots, and I think that is what struck me about all of the things you guys have been doing, that you're always going back there. And I say this from franchise perspective. We are growing the franchise globally, and we are coming to North America, and we're coming to North America knowing that there are about 30 million people that follow cricket here.
Mhm.
But we want to grow it even larger, not only from a commercial standpoint, but more about the development of the game itself and the development of the youngsters.
I remember one evening being taken around Hartford by Mr. Chambers and Mark Qureshi. We ended at a university. The name of the university
the University of Hartford.
Yes,
That's where we
and
went, yeah.
these guys were actually looking at the facilities they're calling to host matches, to host clinics for young cricketers. And when that was my first visit to Hartford, when you're in Hartford and you meet up with these guys, you almost feel as if you're in the Caribbean.
Yeah, they've kept that, and that's wonderful. You feel it's a home away from home.
Home away from home, right.
And it's cricket. Everything is cricket.
Yeah.
Just recently, and one of the good things about Mike and the Hall is that they don't only recognize West Indian cricketers, they love cricket. A couple of weeks ago, they inducted Yunus Khan, the Pakistani batsman. He can't make it to this weekend, so it was done in New York.
Well, that's brilliant. It means that all of these servants of cricket, I think that's important, and personnel that have been participated. Not all players, not all top players, but people who contribute to the
right.
game of cricket and the development of young people through the sport of cricket. I think that's a brilliant exercise. To know that you guys have been doing this for 40 years is astounding.
Yeah, and Mike.
Yes, 40 long years. I like to tell people I take my cap off. My hair used to be bushy. Now it's all gone, 40 years. We've enjoyed doing it, and like Mr. Vinodi will see Saturday night when we bring him up to induct him, me personally, I love to see when the inductees get very emotional and cry.
Yes, of course.
And I like to give the joke about Sir Gavaskar. I call him Sir because I love him. He walked into the room and he saw the chandeliers and he saw the lights, and he turned out and he went to the men's room for an hour. We couldn't find him. We couldn't get him out. He was so nervous. So, the great...
Well, a wicket has fallen here, Mike, if I may just interrupt you there. And Prem Singh is really drawing attention to himself with another wicket. And we may well have to have that, have the guys give him that write-up they're calling. And Raju Jasani is the man dismissed. 47 for 3. The wicket they won, though, is Keaton Patel.
Yeah, I think Jasani lost patience. He was on 2 off after 6 balls. There was some nice tight bowling from Prem Singh. And it was only 2 dot balls and a single from Patel, who got a strike and gave it to him. And there's no reason to go for it. One pitch up outside off. Someone was a packed outside field. It got the bottom of the bat. Importantly, India Stars are 47 for 4 after 9.3. 91 to win. Keaton Patel is the key component here. That's the engine room. That's the guy who's going to bat through long. That's the skipper. That's the one leading the team in the absence of the original skipper. But he's been the guy leading them both with bat and ball throughout the tournament. He's been steady. He hasn't been flashy. He's been very steady, smart, and the key component for India Stars, if they want to win this inaugural final, is to play around him. Of course, the pressure is being built here by West Indies Stars, who are bowling really well. 9.3 overs, 47 for 4.
How fitting will it be, Colin and Michael, anyone can take this one. How fitting will it be that this is a celebration of the whole, this tournament? Because this tournament is a collaboration between CCUSA and, of course, the Cricket Hall of Fame. How fitting will it be, given the heavy West Indian influence, that the West Indies team can go on and lift the inaugural title?
I can't be biased. I have to root for all 4 teams. You know.
Well said.
Because
don't worry, your look tells it all.
You know, at the hall, we enjoy all the countries coming through, especially the Indians when they come to visit us. You know.
Mhm.
And I remember Aiken. He was the manager of a team way back when was coming through, and he told us at the hall. He says, we in India, we don't care who we beat. If we don't beat a strong West Indies team, we don't feel like we're playing cricket in India.
Yeah.
You know, so the relationship. So whoever wins tonight, I'm good with it.
Yeah, and I think they'll deserve it. You know, they played good cricket throughout these guys, and at the end of the day, I think
the 2 better teams in the final.
Yeah, the 2 best teams in the final, no doubt about it. And
But your team was not far off. To be honest, let's be brutal. Let's be brutally honest here. I think 3 teams were there and abouts, and 1 team was totally below par, and that was a Pakistan team.
Yeah, Pakistan team was a little weak in most areas. I thought that our team was a good, well-balanced team. I think we made some crucial mistakes at some crucial times. And in a T20 tournament, there's not much time for recovery.
No recovery.
And so you've got to be spot on and focused for the full 20 overs in all 3 facets. And I think there's some areas we fell apart a little bit in. But as we went on into the tournament, we got better. And of course, then we met Pakistan. And Pakistan being the weakest team of the lot, it was good that we at least got in 2. But it's good. I know we'll be back. I'm pretty sure we'll be back even stronger, but more important, we'll be back with leaving here with some super memories.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this initiative itself is brilliant.
But before we close to the 10 over mark, is it? This is over number 11
Over number-
into now?
Yeah.
Well, let's go. It's 47 for 4. Roll back a few years, Mikey Chambers would have been in this tournament. And when I went to Hartville, I inquired about this gentleman because, you know, he's the man leading the show. And I asked about him and his cricketing pedigree. And they told me he's one of the hardest hitters of a cricket ball you could have ever found. So I think had he played here, the vehicles parked close to Joy's Roti Shop would have been in danger. Tell us about some of your cricketing prowess there, Mike.
No, I really enjoyed, when I came here in 68, I was a pace bowler. I missed the squad going to Barbados. Missed the squad going to Barbados, the under 19 squad. So I came to US, New York, went to Hartford and saw the fellows playing, and I fell in love with them. And I asked my mother if I could go to university here. So I went to school here, but then I joined Sportsmen. But then there were 5 other pace bowlers on the team, so I decided I would bat. And I batted number 4, you know. And I used to tell people, I say, when I go to the wicket, write down 50 till I come back. And as soon as I get to 50, I used to retire. I used to come out to let the other guys get a bat, you know.
Wow.
So I used to hit hard, and there are some trees in Keeney Park now. The old fellas keep reminding everybody I used to hit them over the trees. And I tell the guys, yes, that's true. Then I whisper to my buddies and I tell them the trees were much shorter.
Yeah, exactly. People wouldn't take into consideration years gone by, but that's okay. It's a great story to tell.
Yes.
The fact is that we did go over the top of the trees, and that's all that matters in the end. Yeah, superb stuff.
Anywhere
Great
you
stuff.
go, you know, Michael Chambers is a household name when it comes to cricket across in Hartford, and I really want to thank you, Mike, for all that you have done for cricket. You know, we're all here for cricket. You know, Mark Qureshi is also a great leader. Colin himself coming from TKR, of course, TNT Red Force, he was a manager, and you know, I could see collaborations, Colin.
No doubt about
Involving
it.
yourself, involving your franchise, involving your connections in cricket in Trinidad and Tobago that could really help.
Yeah, I think it was important coming here to have a sense of not just about the playing and so on, but have a sense of meeting people from various states and what they are doing. Because as I said earlier, a lot of the players here are guys who are intimately involved in the growth of cricket in various states. Importantly, I was happy to meet Mr. Chambers here because then I had a better understanding of the level of support that cricket has here, but the level of support we want to take it to as well. I think that was a real key component in our conversation, was about how can we move it from where it is to another plane, but with the same flavor. It's important to come and not change anything, but elevate and enhance what currently exists, and the sort of experiences that are here. I found that to be fantastic.
You made a very important point. You know, the people you would have met at this Legends tournament, you would have met a lot of administrators. So you're meeting Michael from the hall. Even on your team, Mahalal Pradubishi.
Yes.
He is chairman of the Tampa League. And then there was another guy, Shalish. He's the chairman of the West Coast League, or the Gold Coast League as they call it here.
Yeah.
So these are the connections.
Yeah, and it's important. These
that Mauritius pulled
the
together.
great conversations we had throughout the tournament. Rizwan out in LA, stuff happening in LA, in Connecticut. I mean, it's important to get a feel for it because they're players from everywhere, from every part of the planet. But the common denominator and the glue that binds us all together is the game of cricket, and I think that's really important. But meeting Mr. Chambers and getting an understanding of what the Hall does, what that Hall of Fame actually is doing, it's not just about bat and ball. It's far deeper and larger and wider than bat and ball. It's about bringing communities together, recognizing the people. Those are the ones who are the unsung heroes. You don't see them on television every day. You don't see them, but they're the ones on the ground doing all of the work all of the time. In a land that cricket is not first, there are other sports that it has to compete with, but to keep it going and keep it growing is a feat in itself, and I applaud them for doing it, and I want to let them know that we continue to feel and understand more and more about North American cricket and see how there can be some synergy between global cricket, because the United States is going to be a powerhouse in cricket. Make no doubt, mistake about it.
Well, Colin, I'll tell you one thing. You know, I always tip my hat to fellas like Mark Orishi and Michael Chambers because they believe when no one believed.
Yeah.
They were the guys who did the groundwork. They were the guys who came here and decided, let's find a space for cricket.
Yeah.
Now, they've done all the groundwork. There are a lot of others coming in. It's easier for them. Tell us a bit about your thoughts on what I'm saying there, Michael.
Well, I must lift my hat to Mr. Qureshi. For example, he said to me, I would like to do a world tournament. What do you say about it? And I said, well, you tell me what you want. We will put the thing together. Then you take it, because his forte is marketing. Mr. Qureshi can sell anything.
Yep.
You know? And so he was instrumental in getting this off the ground. I look at the US Open and then I see what he did with that.
Yeah.
And so when people ask me tonight, Saturday night, when we give him the Lifetime Achievement Award, people are saying to me, well, he just got inducted back in 2012. But I says, look at what he has done. If you wait till he gets older to give him an award, we're going to have to give him 3 awards in one. So let me give him the first one now. And I look back at you, Mr. Vinodi, when you first came doing your announcing, there was nothing like that happening in Connecticut, in Hartford, in New York, in Florida. And I remember the night when I sat over in the corner that you were interviewing, and I said, Florida is now the gateway to cricket in the U.S. because they have the only cricket stadium. And you guys have done a wonderful job, marketing cricket and getting the sports going. So kudos to you and Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Back in 2012, the West Indies were playing New Zealand, and I came to cover the New Zealand game. I didn't know of this guy called Mark Qureshi, who he was. But he was sitting just in the boardroom next door, and a member of the Trinidad and Tobago diaspora, because the Trinidad and Tobago Consul General at the time, Dr. Anil Ramnanan, was here. So, being friends with Anil, I would have met a number of the people from the diaspora. And she said, can you do me a favor? I said, what is that? She said, you see that gentleman sitting there? So I saw Mark, short guy, in the room there sitting. He has done so much for cricket, and he needs to be recognized. Could you do an article on him? So I said, sure, no problem. Because I realize, I'm for cricket as well. And when you hear people doing for cricket. And then I sat with him. And I realized just how much this man had done. And I wrote an article. And from that day, Mark and I became friends. And I've been friends with him now going in 10 years. And you can't be a friend of Mark and don't be a friend of cricket.
Well said.
I would normally stay when I come here at Mark's home. And every opportunity Mark has, he keeps me up talking cricket.
He's really, really one that loves cricket. And that's a great shot behind point. Ketan Patel, 18 from 28. 77 to win off 46 balls. 12.2 overs gone. India Stars 61 for 4.
I want to call Iva.
Mr. Chambers, just tell us a little bit about the experience here throughout this tournament and having come down for South Florida into the beautiful weather. I'm quite sure when you do go back up, it's beginning to get just that little bit nippy now, is it?
It is going to start to get a little bit cold, but it's funny because we left stormy weather up in Connecticut and there was some real good storms passing through Florida. So I was a little nervous as to whether or not we would have good days, So Monday when the opening ceremony, I said the sun would be here because of Mr. Qureshi and myself. And I was only joking, but it has turned out to be a beautiful experience.
Yeah, it's really been beautiful all week here.
I watched these youngsters. Some of them I used to play with. I was 72. They were like 20 when I was playing back those days. And I see like Wildman and Hutchie, and I really applaud them because I see them, the head trying to pick up the ball and the back is telling them, whoa, we can't go so low, use the foot.
We're still going, and that's the key component is that they keep continuing to go, and that's beautiful.
I really enjoyed the week, the 4 days of cricket, and it's been a good standard of cricket. It's been interesting.
12 points, 13 overs gone, 66 for 4. Ketan Patel, 21 for 30 of 30. Sanjay Pandya, 7 of 12. Nagamutu, none for 20 off his 2 overs. He's been quite expensive. His last over here, he's going to be the one that's probably looking to get wickets at this stage of the game. 66 for 4. It's anyone's game. I think at this stage I would put it in the hands of his 42 balls left to get 72. And with Ketan Patel there's still an opportunity. Sanjay Pandey is going to have to play a big role in a partnership with Ketan Patel if India want to get close.
Yes, indeed. It's always a pleasure to be in your presence, Mr. Chambers. When are you going to be leaving town?
I'm leaving Tuesday, October 5th, back to the cold weather.
Well, I think we have a date for Sunday, anytime between 6 and 9 for a radio talk. How available are you?
Send me the link and I will set that up.
We'll set that up right now.
Yes, I enjoy listening to you guys. I'm all the way in Connecticut, and yourself and Jaitin Patel, he's one of our board members now. He was inducted last year, Jaitin Patel, and so he keeps us posted as to Sunday evening talk show.
And that talk show covers what? Just sport only? Or cricket?
Yeah, but they talk about everything. Yeah. Don't let them know your business, man. They'll laugh at you. Yes, it's sports, but it's,
you must send me the link. I'll be interested to hear. Some of the, I suppose you cover all sports or just the cricket itself or any Caribbean or
all sports,
everything.
Right? Yes, they do
beautiful,
everything. What I want to see them covering more though is women's cricket. We had a talk.
Yeah, we had a
Yes,
conversation
yeah,
about that as
yeah.
well, and he's going to slug sweep this one
Yeah.
and will be out caught. Wicket keeper Prem Singh picks up another wicket, and India Stars are now 67 for 5 after 13 overs and in some trouble. Sanjay Pandya, 7 off 12, couldn't resist that one being floated up a left arm orthodox from Prem Singh. 3.2 overs, he's now gone 2 for 12, and the score 71 to win off 40 balls. Ketan Patel still there, 67 for 5, India Stars. It's a long way away from that final ball to be bowled. The next 6.5 overs, India going to have to do something really, really smart to be able to pull themselves back and get that 70 odd in 6 overs. It's a tall order at this stage. The current run rate is 5 and over. The required run rate 10.9. And India found themselves in a bit of a hole and have tried to beat their way out of it on the last 2 wickets, going for some slog sweeps. And now the left-arm orthodox bowler has now come to the wicket. Lalta Prasad, he bowled beautifully in the first innings, and now he's going to have to come and do some work with the bat. Of course, Ketan Patel, 22 off 32, will have to start taking more control in the middle. Generally speaking, Mr. Chambers, Ketan Patel has been good. He's been solid. He's the captain of this game. He's been solid, but he's going to have to take more control in the middle overs here. And he's seen a lot of the balls. He's faced 32 balls. He's going to have to walk along Lalta Prasad if they want to get close to it. There are only 39 balls left and 71 to win. West Indies Stars are in control.
Yes, I think the Indian team is now feeling a little of the pressure. Whoa, out.
And he sweeps across, pushes his left foot all the way across the off stump for a ball that was floated to try to sweep it, and has been given LBW, and quite rightly so. Didn't play down the line, swept across the line the first ball. Not something you want to do facing your first ball. Pushed that left leg long across the off stump. Never got around got his bat around his pad, and he's out LBW 0. Prem Singh is now gone for 4 wickets for 12 in 3.3 overs. And a 67 for 6, 13.4 overs gone. And now he's on a hat-trick to the next batsman come in. Got dot off the first ball, a single off the second, and then 3rd and 4th wickets. And it's 67 for 6. Dharmesh Patel is on his way into bat. India Stars 67 for 6.
So Prem is the second bowler to go 4 wickets in an inning. So he has a chance here to go 5 and be the lone standout.
Yeah, he's
with a
bowled
5-4.
really well. He's been tight with his bowling. He's varied his pace. He's varied his trajectory. And he's been bowling really smartly from the northern end. Dharmesh Patel coming to the wicket now, and they're going to have a quick conversation, I suppose, with the captain, or he goes directly to take his guard. The current run rate is 4.9. The required run rate is now 11.2. Ketan Patel still that anchor, but he's going to have to take control as this team is now struggling under the weight of 11 runs is the required run rate, and of course Prem Singh on a hat-trick ball.
I'll describe it. Prem bowls round the wicket, and he's
And he's
bowled
done
him,
the
knocked him
hat-trick.
over. There goes the first hat trick in this the tournament of the century. It's the Legends World Cup, and Prem Singh has made history. He
He's
takes a hat trick.
He's taking a hat-trick and now 5 wickets.
And now
will
the
be gone
lone
earlier.
bowler to take 5 wickets in an inning. There goes our local boy, Prem Singh.
But
Hats off to you,
here's
sir.
a simple observation. I could have called that out, and here's why. The other guy batting at the other end is the captain.
Yeah.
You made an announcement. You thought they were going to confer in the middle.
He never went.
And they never did. So you know what that did? That left the stress on the batsman. Yeah. All he had to was come down and calm him.
I thought when he was going up.
That's what
I
you
thought he was
said.
going up that this captain was going to come and have that conversation, and they just decided it never happened. He didn't
And
even
we
take a guard.
see
He
that
just went stood up.
so much in West Indies cricket.
And he just came there, just walked to the crease, and that was it.
Well,
No
we're not
conversation.
going to win and Prem's parade here
No,
with
this
what
is-
the standing captain didn't do.
And
So
he's
we're going to
still-
spend a little time and say Primson would have knocked 3 wickets down in a row. He has a chance to knock 4
down.
in a row.
It's brilliant. He's gotten 5 wickets for 12.
Final
3.5
delivery of
final
his
delivery.
spell. Let's see. I'll call it again. He goes in, and between the umpire and the batsman comes forward, denying him that 6th wicket. and he deserves a well round of applause. 5 wickets, including a
Yes.
hat trick.
Fantastic,
That's correct.
fantastic from
Yes,
Prem
that's-
Singh, and he is going to be the man that has changed the game completely. He's gotten 5 wickets, 67 for 7, 14 overs gone. Current run rate 11.8, and Captain Ketan Patel stands alone at the non-strikers end as wicket after wicket falls, and India certainly in a lot of trouble now, and West Indies pretty much almost in control completely after a beautiful over. There is only 1 run coming from it, and he's been in the record books and could never be taken away. A hat trick in the first inaugural World Cup Legends
It could only be one first, and Prem Singh has stamped his authority on this game. And win, lose or draw, Prem Singh is going to make front page tomorrow.
yes, and
Sure.
this is classic history, and I say why. You called it, Kali. You called it. You says he should go and talk with him. You thought they were going to have a chat in the middle, and he didn't.
I don't think it would have made a difference because he swung right across that one. He did all he could to get some will on it, but it's always going to be difficult playing across the line. Play straight. You hit all the marbles going down. You're
Yes,
going to
if
hit
you-
one,
if-
maybe, or miss all.
If you're under stress, that's what stress
Yeah, I think a
does.
batsman coming in for a hat trick, the captain of the non-strikers
Should have.
has to have a little bit of a conversation and not just leave him to himself.
This one is in the air, and he's going to get some runs for this one. He's splitting the man in the 45 on the backward point, and the one relaxing 2. So Ketan Patel is throwing the kitchen sink at that one. He's peeling off the outer edge, so he's got to go now. He has no choice.
Yeah, one way or the other. 69 of 39 balls, he's got to go. He just can't be at the non-strikers and as wickets fall. He's got to be able to either take control of the game one way or the other.
And he has to get off the 69. It's not a good number. And he's getting off it right about now because he's runs a quick single. And the new man, Junaid Ahmed, goes on strike. So, was it wise to take that early single?
At this stage of the game, yeah, I would say if you want to face Nagamutu, he's bowled 2 overs, 2.2 none for 23. So you quicker want to have him facing now to get his first ball as opposed to the hat-trick taker. Certainly, at this stage, you can't waste any balls. You have a choice. It's 70 for 7. You either go now or wrap it up in 15 overs, one way or the other.
Yeah,
But it's a final.
he cannot refuse ones. He had to take the one. But Prem Singh is done and dusted, so there's no more worries about him. He's bowled his quota
bowled his
of
quota
4.
out, yeah.
Yes. So he's done and dusted. But I just asked the question. But he did the right thing. You have to run the runs. Maybe when you get down to number 9, he might be wanting to farm the strike. But
in this cricket, there's no farming. We've got to go all the way to the end now. It's the do or die. It's a final. If you want to win it, you've got to beat West Indies. There's no other way. But with a strike rate now, the required run rate is 12.8. White ball, no?
No. He played
well
it.
played.
He played
Eventually, that ball turned back a lot. So that's the line that he seems to be bowling. Just that Midland leg turning it into the right-hander, Nagamutu. Very experienced cricketer. Of course, he's an international player. And given his circumstances, he's got a long on, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and one behind square. End of a good over. 70 for 7, 15 overs gone. India Stars. Ketan Patel 25 off 30. Junaid Ahmed none off 5. Nagamutu none for 23 off 3. 68 to win off 30 balls. India Stars in some trouble.
I'll go local plans. I'll say in a whole heap of trouble. But it's always good to be on center stage. They can't come no lower than number 2. So I'll tell you, the winner of this competition, the winner of this match would raise the big trophy and would get the name inscripted on the first of this big championship trophy, which will be on display shortly downstairs. So don't go away, viewers. We're going to have a presentation right after the conclusion of this match. And Colin already called it for the West Indies Stars. And we have Mr. Chambers. He's on the fence. He's not calling it for anybody.
No, I'm not on the fence, not calling it. I would love to see her come back. Yeah, I love an exciting finish.
Okay, there you go. I was just kidding. I was just kidding. I didn't know where you stand. I just said that though.
It looks like West Indies is in the lead and in the driver's seat right now.
Yes, they are. They've been in this MTC now for
for the last over. This is over number 16, and we're having what? Sion Orion. He's gonna be coming with his third over, and he's whacking this one. He refused the single. He has got to take matters in his own hand. I think it's too early for him to give up the strike for real. But once it's calculated, it's okay to refuse the single. But he has got to do something with it. He needs about 10 or 12 out of this over. And here it is getting, they're going to take the arm on. They're going to run for 2. They have to. Oh, as a matter of, he was a misfield and he's going to get 4. Follow. Is the umpire going to signal the 4? Yes, now he does. The signal comes in. So we just left this post when he would have been following the ball. So I don't know where would he have gone. But it's 4. 4 came in. The signal came in.
64 to win off 28 balls. Ketan Patel, 29 of 36. Junal Ahmed, 0 of 5. 74 for 7 after 15.2.
This time he's going big.
It's a wonderful shot over long off for 6 runs by Ketan Patel. And it's time for him to go. He's got no choice, really. It's 74 for 7 after 15.3 overs. India Stars, 80 for 7 now. A required run rate of 12 and over. And I'd just like to briefly say, whilst we're on air, I'd like to say a special hello to all of the Real CC supporters there in Trinidad and Tobago listening here. Hope you guys have been having fun and looking on and seeing the game that you really love. We wish you all the best, guys. Have great fun. Today's the final. Thanks for all the support. Chat with you next week. Over and out to you guys. Thank you.
So there it is. So that single that he refused from the first ball, it's well worth it, because here he is now. He's going hard and he's not going to run this one also. He's farming the strike and he's doing the right thing, because this is what Mr. Chambers is asking for. Michael said he needs a good competitive game, and in order for that to happen, India have got to get the wheel wheeling, and the West Indies Stars going to have to tighten the screws. But it always happened this way. When a bowler would bowl very good from an end, he puts pressure on the bowler that is replacing him. And Pim Singh would have done just that. He's going in the direction of long on, and he goes straight down his throat. So the skipper goes caught on the boundary, trying to go for another maximum. He had no choice, to tell you the truth. Wicket number 8 in the bank, 80 for 8. Mr. Chambers, you can come on in.
Yes. Now, my only headache with watching that shot, he should have gone straight back over the bowler's head. Why try to place it?
Yeah, he tugged it straight to the wide long on. He didn't have to move left or right. He stood there and just poached it. But he played his part. He got to some 35 from 38. I think the batters would have left him.
Yeah. The score now is India 80 for 8. Looks like they are in a whole lot of trouble. The skipper just went out, caught on the boundary, going for a big shot, but he had no choice. So Ahmed and Nikia is now coming in to face Cheetah. Is going to face India needs 58 runs to win off 25 balls. It's going to be a tough call. India Stars 80 for 8, 15.5 overs.
This one plays into the onside. They're looking for a single, but the non-striker is not interested. In the end, it was a long single. He could have really crept on his knees and get down to the other end, but I guess he wanted to take the strike. And now he's calling for
a bat change. So the end of over number 16. So I think that I'd like to view the fellows in the dugouts here in the West Indies Stars dugout, because I think at this time now they're looking at some white lady dressed in white someplace on the hill. I think we can safely call it for West Indies Stars since the departure of the skipper, the Indian skipper.
Yeah, he tried his best. Went for a big slug, but he got caught out on the boundary.
Well, now the skipper, Zamin, he's going to be coming in to take up the attack, and I guess he's going to tighten the screws a little bit more now. Bowling change after Nagomoto would have bowled at last over from this the come box end. So he's going to bowling left arm thrown round, pitching outside leg and wide call and signal, just drifting down the leg side there. So Zamin Amin has represented the USA cricket team. Skipper, as a matter of fact. This time again down the leg side, he's turning this one. They're going to get a single, easy single. No need to just get injured at this juncture. So you can see Zamin calling him off. He said it's okay. The singles are not going to hurt us. Singles not going to hurt him at this time.
No, it's too late now for singles. Might as well go for the big hit.
Yes, but with 8 wickets down now, I don't think that the better batters are left in the hut. I think that the better batters would have long gone. And I always thought that it's going to be hard going, because and he's bowled him, knocked him over. So Zamin from hand hitting the wicket, and the batsman followed your instruction to go for glory.
Sometimes you're better off, come on out instead of staying there with the agony. You know you're going to lose. So
okay, so
just
well, at least he listened to you. He said, okay, have an almighty swing, and if you connect, you'll go for glory.
Right.
If you miss, well, you get knocked over.
You get knocked over.
Okay. But go down fighting. I think that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Go down fighting.
Yes. No more dot balls. And just Zamin Amin was inducted in August into the Cricket Hall of Fame. So he's an inductee.
Congratulations, Mr. Zamin. Yes, well, he's made it. And now he's displaying his talent on the big screen for all to see. But who can forget the man on screen there right now? Prem Singh, the only man to take a 5-4 in this tournament. And it's not going to happen because not enough wickets left in the hut for Zamin to take a 5-4. As a matter of fact, he can only get 2 wickets because he has only had 1 and just 1 wicket left in this inning.
Yeah, Mr. Zamin has been outstanding throughout the tournament. He captained really well.
Yes, he's marshaled his troop, and by the look of things, they're going to go without losing a match in this tournament.
Yes, that is outstanding.
Yes, we want to hail all the viewers and just say, well, we appreciate you viewing all of 4 days or some part of it. But these matches are going to be in the MAC TV, so you can always go back and have a viewing. Take your time and look. And this time he's appealing, but the French cut, as he gets some will onto that one, he goes to short fine leg.
Just want to say hello to all our fans up in Connecticut. I know they're listening, We're down here in Florida enjoying this tournament. Wish you all could be here.
Well, we have December 7th for the US Open to begin to make preparations to come on down. We're going to be having cricket right in this very stadium. The usual US Open, this time he's driving pleasantly but can't score. There's a man in the extra cover. He's feeling well as over number 17 comes to an end. 84 for 9. So, Mr. Chambers, normally you're on the end of an interview, but you've actually commentated. Is this your...
This is my first time.
This is your first time doing so. History in the making that we have allowed Mr. Chambers to actually commentate an actual game. So, it's the first of its kind, and Mr. Chambers is right in on it. So, the next over is going to be all yours.
No, I'll watch you. I like to learn. Yes.
Okay. There you go. Okay.
We'll
It's
have
going to
you
be an exciting finish, so I want you to take it.
You want me to take this one? Okay, I'm going to take over number 18. And Sud is 1 from 1. He'll be on strike. And Nailak, Chita Nailak is keeping company. He's 2 from 4. But I think it's just a matter of a small matter of 54 runs to get. And they have somewhat 3 overs in which to do it. 18 balls.
18 balls, right.
Okay, well, let's see what Nagamutu, he's coming from the far end. He started from that end, and then he switched to this time outside the off stump, beaten, taken there by the wicketkeeper standing up over the sticks. So Nagamutu in his last over, he has gone for 23 so far. He has not put himself in the wicket column. Prem Singh was the one who would have bagged the 5 from that end. So Nagamutu must be saying there's a wicket to be had. 1 more. Can I get this one? I may very well be the man of the tournament with that 1 wicket. But so far, Sud is keeping him out. He's saying, you're not going to get my wicket. I'm going to put a prize on my wicket. So here he is again outside the off stump. Loud appeal from the first slip, but not supported by the bowler nor the wicket keeper. So I guess he just wants to get off the field, so he's asking the umpire to make a mistake. Outside the off stump, he's guiding this down, and yes, no, sent back wisely by the non-striker Chitta Nilak. So I think they getting these runs now is out of the equation. They just need to just bat all of the overs and keep him there. And he's pushing long. Send him! That one is outside the off stump. I mean, you can see it from here now. That ball hit him outside of the off stump. He has not moved 1 iota. I just think that the umpire is saying he's still there. And he say, listen, man, I'm ready to go, man. I'll take you out of the agony. But the guy prized his wicket. No. Well, if it's the googly coming back in and he didn't offer a shot, he could be out too.
Right, that's
yes,
true.
So we have to look at what the ball was doing. It could very well be the wrong one. He did not offer a shot.
Back, right.
If he's coming back to knock those sticks over, he's a goner.
Right.
Well, folks, that's it. We have the top score here. Keaton Patel, the captain, he got 35 from 39. The next double figures would have been Faisal Alam. He got 16 from 16, and 8 at the top of the inning from Rockies, and 7 from Pandya. We had 13 extras in that inning, all of 84 all out. Well done to the West Indies Stars. And in the bowling, Prem Singh, the standout man, 4 overs, no maidens, 12 runs, 5 wickets. I'll say that again. Prem Singh, 4 overs, no maidens, 12 runs, 5 wickets. Bim George would have taken 2, and a wicket apiece for Nagamutu, Sionarain, and Zamin Amin. So Nagamutu, we were saying if he would only to get this 1 wicket, he may very well got himself man of the series. So let's see if my prediction would have been right, because he batted well throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, just to touch on India Stars, they couldn't. The pressure got too much to them today. The 137, the legs were gone by the last day. Having fielded this morning, you quite rightly said earlier, it was not just about boundaries, but they were made to run the twos and to chase balls all around the park. They looked at a bunch at the back end of it, having to chase the 137. That 137 turned out to be 137 too much. 84 all out after 18 overs. They just stalled in the middle, and all credit to West Indies. West Indies did what they had to do. They played with precision. They played with the passion, and they played with a lot of intent, and they deserve to be the champions. So, champions for the World Cup Legends T20 Championship 2021. West Indies have won by 53 runs. India Stars all out 84.
And we have Mark Stolman here, cricketer and commentator. And I know, Mr. Chambers, we want to thank you for coming through. You had your first stint. Being a commentator, so now you can put that on your resume. Thank
you very much for the opportunity to be a commentator.
There you go. And your service is needed downstairs for the presentation, so don't go too far. And Mark, as usual, it's always good to see you. You would have been on the field of play,
batting and feeling. Your team came in third, and cricket is a team sport, so you should be proud of that part of it.
Oh, very, very happy with the with our results after going down 0-2 to come back and win the next two. Disappointed in my own personal batting. Fielding was good, but you know what? It's a team sport. The rest of the guys pulled us through, and credit to Mac and his organization and the Cricket Council USA. Everyone here associated with Mac TV, thank you so much for a fantastic week. This was an unbelievable event, and it's just going to get better and better every single year. But this has been a wonderful experience for me and for the cricketing community.
Yes, indeed. Well, we want to thank you for coming. They're going to need you, downstairs for the presentation. So you make sure you have that bright smile when you get on TV. It's always good meeting you. Always good in your pleasure. Good man. You're welcome. So, folks, we're going to be winding it from the com box here, and shortly the presentation is going to be on the outside below. We hope that the cameraman going to be downstairs. Maybe Raj, I guess. You're going to be downstairs with the camera for the presentation. So hopefully that will be coming up shortly, so you can take your break, but try not to be too far away from the TV, because the presentation is going to come up. You have to see the West Indies stars lift the big trophy. India, they were outdone, but there's no shame in coming second. We started with 4 teams: the Pakistan Stars, USA Stars, India Stars, and the West Indies Stars. And the West Indies team came up triumph. So they went through this tournament undefeated. So stand by, folks, for the presentation. That's all we have from the Combox. Ivan Henry signing off.
Test 1.
Well, that's better. Again, and all. The West to all four teams. My standpoint is every teams who play on this first time World Cup 2021 legend, they become champion because they are participating today. So I asked them up, the guys the right answer from West Indies with their friends and captain, and he told us today the winner is everybody. So all the team is the winner. So give a big hand for all the four teams. That moment is when we play on the field international scale. We are always being legend. Is that people asking we on the see on the TV that some is dropping catches, some missing fields, but legend is still legend. They play the cricket as in back homes and they retire and they're coming back on the fields. I'm congratulating to all. They are come back on the fields. Some have not been playing years. Some has been playing for every month and weekly basis. Some of them, one of the wicket keeper, Fazal, I asked him, he say he have been played cricket for past pandemic 2-3 years. So out the fields coming in very first day is happened there, but you do not think we're not the legend. We play the cricket all his years. And I see some comments coming back on from the TV, oh, what kind of legend they are, what kind of legend. Why don't you come and play next year if you are a good legend? In sense to give comments. Right? Why not come and play? Well, we've been advertisement, everybody legend come to play on this tournament. So I'm congratulations first. This all the winner are legend. And I'm thanking especially our management and management which has been done. Zishan Qureshi, outstanding performance. We have like give a big hand to him. The kids, we did US Open. I've been managing for last 13 years and running these tournaments. Now I said this is our legend tournament. When a young generation been part of this tournament and run the tournament because they can be carry on legend for a long time. Like we've been carrying on them teams for the long time for US Open last 13 years. So this is give a big hand to him because he's been managing this thing up from. And there are a lot of the cameramans and all, I can name in groundsmen, and a lot of works behind it, scorers and especially Abbas, and the managing the scores and all teams players. All they are here, if I name it. And Mr. Vinod Mamchin, he came from Trinidad, for commentary, and from the a lot of them, his brother friends, Collins, Fuzzles, and all they came in. And Iva, Henriana, who's always giving this gentleman, always here for giving hand to these guys, recognizing him. Isn't behind our best picture taker, the guys who has been there behind Chris. He's been sitting there, been recognized. We have that also. Greg, real steady, is coming there from American with the Indian flags holding on the backside. There you can see him is there. So they are participating. We have our mayor, ex-mayor, Mr. I want to bring him in on the front to come here. His Morrisville ex-mayor, he's here, he play for their, he's become legend. That's why I call legend, because even that he come in the bats and play for American teams, and they come and participated. So you become on the officially legend in USA. So we have the teams and play in the legend. So really, I appreciate it for families and children who've been participating, watching us, especially our wife and children also, and they are them here. So this is a wonderful tournament. I have done that first year. And the chamber, I like to bring him his vision. Come in, I want to have it step up here with me. And Mr. Chamber have done, and together say, why not we start Legend World Cup is there. So this is the first year foundation
We have 4 teams, and next year we'll Canada also. This is every year's the event tournaments is not have this stadium can be run in Trinidad, can be run in Jamaica, they can be run this tournament too in Canada, because the World Cup, that not is just for the USA World Cup, this is actually World Cup for everywhere they come in. Because they're doing the pandemic, because they have issues, families, pandemic, we here, God bless us, blesses America, let them have these tournaments, and thank you for all the participating here for and all. Remember 40 years, that's why I have 40 years anniversary Cricket Hall of Fame. Give a big hand that. And this Saturday night, that 40-year anniversary dinner is Embassy Suite hosting live TV.com. I want you to log into it and watch them up 40 years. He put in his life, efforts, all recognizing the players for the legends, all been around the world, come and get the legend, become only for recognition is the huge thing. People recognize something, that is all they want. They're not looking for the money. Look at the millions and millions of dying in the COVID and all, carrying on the baggage is not. What you give, what you present, that's the most important, which is we give our children, he give us the foundation for Cricket Hall of Fame, Mr. Chamber. I really want to give him a big hand, first of all. Thank you for your, have been participating, founding for last 40 years times. Now young generation come in, participating. So this year we have 40-year anniversary. I like to be joined that thing up. And also thank you for coming down to play and bring this thing up. Say American can play as a legend. It's not football. Best batsman I seen of him, they got and duck out. So it's not amazing thing you have done. This is the most thing. You come back there twice game, he got a record, American record there. Well, that is considered a record. It's very hard to find. So this is also called recognition. I know is that there. Zamin, that Zamin got him or somebody they got him out like today also, but he got 2 duck on the row. It's very hard to get. So hopefully, next year we'll have. Greg, thank you for, we building the biggest stadium in North Carolina. 72 stadium is in North Carolina, I-95. It's very central location. Hopefully we'll be up and we'll there on that stadium. So this is a big project they're doing in North Carolina, and I'm the founder of that grounds now. And they have the mayors, and also there was the guys, and they're talking about, so we have 72 acres, a big complex will going to be done. Will become an international scale. They have apartment complex and all together. That's why we doing it, because they're central from New York, Washington, Virginia, Atlanta, all this close by. All there, thanks for all taking all this times. But again, congratulations everybody. I don't want to just miss out the names. Our friend Charlie, and I have Tariq, who came in all the down to here participating. From some of them players, they came in, and we seen them on the fields. I'm so glad to see them on the field back again. We've been playing some of them together for the last 20 years ago. And we have Shabazz in Orlando. So there's many other places for traveling. Name it is going to be, I'll be here all day. So I know you've been, everybody rushed to going back to catching the flight from India. But first of all, congratulations to India who's been participating first, and congratulations to champion. This is the big trophy. We're going to be a World Cup champion today. This recognition for you today. West Indies become champion. First legend 2021 World Cup.
Thank you for that very short speech, Chairman. I swear that you wanted those Indian guys to miss the flight. Reminds me of an incident I had with Mark in New Jersey. And he liked to go just as when they're about to Mark. So I pulled back. He said, come on. And when people questioned him, all he was saying is US Open, US Open, US Open. People, but we on the fly. So thank you, Mark. We continue match awards to the other guys before we reach the big trophy. Right? Nasir Ali, Charlie claim to fame is that was understudy to Abdul Kader playing for against the West Indies. Beverage has caught on duck. Got huge one out, and then he came very quietly. He got 4 wickets in the game and came across to America at the international stage. I think his best effort was Charlie. USA. You know, someone have a Legends tournament and you have one legend. If you can come forward in USA, and I wanted to call to give this award, but I wouldn't do him that. Yeah. Nagas will receive from Charlie and stay Nagas because you have another West Indies. Again, Mahindra Nagamutu winning the man of the match. Charlie. Well done, Nagas. You really lent a lot to our tournament, and we hope to see you again here next year. Thank you, Charlie. And you know, there are always rivalries, India versus Pakistan, but there's a rivalry in the Caribbean, Guyana versus Trinidad and Tobago. I tried to bring them together because my mother-in-law is Guyanese. My wife is half Guyanese. I tried, but it doesn't seem to be working. Pakistan is a young man, Kufa to be exact. Fazil Jahur will receive on behalf of the, as we say back home, I'd like to call on for our guys at CC. Although we don't have any award for best wicketkeeper, it was common amongst the commentators that the best wicketkeeper was Fazil Jahur. Indies versus India, BIM performance. I'd like to call on Rizwan Ahmed, give this award. Well done, Bim. On Mayor of Morrisville, Stallman. Would defeat, and that was his native country. The man of the match for USA, Qureshi. The finals because that we did that. him joy, but with 5 wickets, including major prize. We have a young man who was taken a now. He was did a wonderful every 50 his John Qureshi, if
Just steps. One. Yeah, just play the people. And getting to see them on the field again, their heart out. It was great. Thank you.
short and sweet, just as the length of the innings, Zishan. We've reached this point. It's a very point, and of course, we are very happy to announce the winners. Cup and sure, well, Azal Alam.
I wanted to go back a number of years where I probably and Zishan was 13, I believe, and he played in that tournament, 13 or 14 teenager, and I played a number of U.S. Opens after that, and number of U.S. Opens. Mac has given to the cricket and what he has brought to the cricket, like, where the money tournaments and all that, everybody followed the trend, but this guy set the trend. So, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Fazal. It's always good, when people recognize the good work that has been done. It's selfless work. It's work that Mac has done. And because of him, we're all here today to play in this match. Let me call Amin forward first. Zamin. Well, Zamin, congratulations. From the first toss, I spoke to you. You said that Mahindra Nagamutu had a key role. And once he clicks, you're going to win this tournament.
Yes, I did, and I remember that. And obviously, we are standing here today because of a couple of performances that he gave us, and you can see he got 2 Man of the Match awards. So thank you, Mahindra. Well done.
And of course, I'm sure that a number of your players are really excited to come back next year.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure everyone is excited to come back. It has been fun, and I'm sure everyone will be ready and raging to come back. And I'm sure we're going to have a lot of other people that would want to come to this tournament because it has been a lot of fun, and that's due to the work of the committee, Mac and his committee, and Zishan. It was tremendous for all of us, for all the teams, and I'm sure other teams will want to participate in the future.
Yeah, wonderful indeed. But before Mac gives him the trophy, this year England wanted to come as well as Sri Lanka, and because of COVID restrictions, weren't able to come in. So Mac had to cut them at the last point. So next year, we are already up to 6 teams. That'll be the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, once you have more teams coming in, it's going to be more competitive. The teams that are here already, they will try to strengthen, I'm sure. So it will get competitive, more competitive as the competition goes on. Yeah.
Well, they're celebrating from Jamaica in the north to Guyana in the south. The West Indies have won the Legends World Cup title, and Mac Qureshi, the chairman of Cricket Council USA, will present the trophy to Zamin Amin, the captain. So all the players can now join him. Does he want to carry? Carrying this? No, this is the one go. And that's the one staying with the name.